my god, I don't know what happened. Norse Druid, thank you for the follow. I haven't even been online for like 30 seconds and you're here already. Hello, welcome, hi. We're gonna go with a rosé today. I really like this pantsuit style on her. Let's see if we can get this to match. I played NCO. That's not what I wanted. That's fucking perfect. Oh my god. Fucking perfect match there. I'm gonna change out the pants. As much as I love the pants, we're gonna change them out for a skirt. Ooh, pretty. Okay, so this is called Annie. So, underwear. See, I just really like the low dive of that neckline. Ooh, I like that. Okay, how do I get stockings? Why does it have to stick through on her legs? I need one that actually like comes up to that spot. To the garter. Hi, Scarl. How are you? Are you actually playing on the server? Why do my socks never work? I just got back from vacation. I was out at a hotel with my husband. It was very nice. You haven't logged in yet. Listen, you like to pretend that you're going to roleplay. You try really hard the idea that you will roleplay. But do you actually roleplay? That's a very different question. Ooh, maybe we just do wedding night boots. That's what we wear. Yeah, you can send me pics. I love it. I love it. You can post them in my Discord. You can DM them to me. That's cute. And I kind of like the gold too. I need to find a different corset then. Accessories add. Why is this so stiff? Away from modding, playing other games. You don't play games, girl. Don't tell lies. Don't tell lies. You don't play games. I don't know how to make it unstiff. You managed to? I don't know. Sounds like a fib to me. Shadow of Doubt. I don't think I've ever played Shadow of Doubt. Oh, jeez. Maybe that's why. Oh, we're still stiff. Why are we stiff? Okay. It seems slightly less stiff. No, that's supposed to flow. Why is that doing that? Yep, that's the outfit for today. Guess I could do that too. Why is it so fucking stiff? I do not know how to unstiff your outfits. Oh, those are cute. Maybe I just have to like switch to a totally separate outfit. That one's not stiff. I genuinely don't know what to do to unstiff my fucking clothes. I think it's this. See, that one's not stiff. I don't understand. I wonder if it is the clothing unit underneath. It's just my accessories that are stiff. I'm very confused. We'll try a relog, I guess. That's very strange that it's doing that. I don't know what I've done. Okay, that did unstiff it. No, accessories flow too. I don't know why it wasn't, but accessories absolutely do flow too. I don't know why it was being really bratty for some reason. Okay. We can actually get the Annie skirt that I wanted. Really into bustles. It is really. It's such a good mod. Yeah, rose and maybe a, so I love this rose color, right? But I need a different color as the accent color. Maybe we could just go with this very vibrant blue. Take that down a little bit. Nope, we're gonna stick with the blue on there. And then I need some kind of corset. This can go away. They have to give her underwear because you can't just not have underwear because you look like a Looney Tune, even if she is wearing some slooty stuff. Ooh, when did we get new stuff in here? When did we get new stuff in here? Ah. My God. I don't know when we got new stuff, but it's amazing and I love it. Gears. Look at just here, let me just have wooden planks. Ropes. Ah. I got a new shipment of paraphernalia to add to my stuff. Okay, but no, I was focusing on a belt. It was about my belt. I was doing a belt. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, because this is about where I want this outfit, right? Now, now that I have this outfit kind of where I want it, now we're gonna add the hat. Oh, this is absolutely not what I wanted. Widow's bonnet, which is this one, which I'm going to modify. I'm gonna make a copy of this one. Duplicate. Hat. This is a veil bonnet. So we're gonna take this and this and this and this, and those are all the custom pieces out, and we're gonna veil this bonnet. This one is called the Veiled Rosebud. Let's get my colors correct. know why this is what I want to put on this hat, but I do. I have no idea why that's what I want on this fucking hat, but okay. One thing I should probably do is attach the accessories to the fucking hat, eh? Ooh, I got the mail! Amazing. I don't think I have mail. It's a little hot in Devil's Canyon. LED for Devil's Canyon. Ooh, I see. My windows broke. Ooh, I worked really hard to put up some windows and apparently they destabilized. Good evening, Miss Walker. You alright?
Why?
Hmm?
Yeah, I said, why did you ask?
Oh, you just really quiet and didn't answer me when I was talking, so I was confused. Alright then.
Well,
what?
Earlier the constables were talking to me, and they think I'm insane because I started barking at people, and I'm okay now. I'm not gonna be sent to the mental hospital.
You were barking at people.
Yeah, because I was stupid. I was very fucking tired last night, so.
Alright, I see that. Now I have to consider who I'm voting for then. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just realized how uncentered that hat is and I need to fix it. I don't know what was happening there. That was very strange. Okay, let me see if I can fix my fucking hat because it looks very uneven. There's hat into the fire. I'm not sorry. Oh no! Oh no! I should really like this sort of like mask on the top of this hat. I think it looks very cool. Now she has to buy him 2 more. As you should. Now it still looks uneven. What is going on? You know what we gotta do? We just gotta put something on the back of this hat, that's all. Actually, is it bad? I want to use this veil instead. Yeah, we're gonna use this veil instead of that one. But I still have to add something onto the back. Hats are made of people. The hats are made of people. Ew. How silly do we want to be with this hat? Dolly returns and immediately sticks feathers in it. Yep. Ah! Why can't I get this brighter? Ugh. Dolly, it's kind of a silly question. How silly do you want to be with your hats? Very silly with my hats. Sally out here just going, yeah, I don't care. Fuck you bitches. This is how I want to live my life. There might be better feathers than this. It's a look. It's a look. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This veil is too dark, though. It's this just needs to become brighter is what's going on, I think. Well, that's too bright. Dolly out here like, I'm not making any statements about my fashion choice today. Dolly's just having a day. She's like, I was traveling. I didn't think very much about it. She does need curls, extra curls, though. That's a very Dolly necklace, I think. Sure, whatever, close enough. Didn't I brighten up the veil? It's fine. She looks like a fucking bird. It's okay. It's fine. Dolly's just Dolly's having a moment. What did you want your dude to love, by the way? Dolly does look like a fucking Pokemon today. It's okay. Sometimes Dolly does Dolly stuff, and today is one of her more fashion-forward days. Victor's hat on fire. Oh no. Listen, I made the Hatter and the Mad Hatter and the hair for you guys. Did you like your bunny hat? Please tell me you liked your bunny hats. She looks like a fucking Pokemon. It's not her most ridiculous outfit, but it's close. I will get to the hat burning, I promise, Luna.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ah. Hello, Miss Barber.
Hello, Mr. Ravencroft.
I'm actually surprised. This is not quite as ostentatious as you normally wear.
Are you sure?
Not nowhere near as what you normally do.
It's not as bright. But I figured if I put something bright and colorful on, it would probably it would be too much, you know?
I do believe the blue does complement the rest of it, though.
Just not me.
No, I prefer the darker tones, so of course.
My god, you actually have some color on today.
I have for
Dolly,
the best number.
hello.
Hello, Miss Marie.
Oh my goodness, you're gorgeous. I wanted to order something from you.
Alright.
I was thinking about buying 4 hats. Oh,
I owe
sorry.
you money, Miss Dolly.
Oh. Alright. 4 hats. That's a lot of hats.
I like hats. You did a good job. What can I say?
Okay, bye.
Oh,
I think she's
I
going
should
back.
get out of the
Oh,
store.
it's us. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
okay. I thought she just told you I owe you money and then walked away as
I was
intending
like-
not to give it to you. My goodness. Did you hear the rumors, Miss Dolly? Apparently there's been a woman going around barking at people. It's been awfully frightening.
I thought that was Miss Walker. She said they're not going to institutionalize her though. She's fully recovered.
I'm right here.
Listen, did you not?
Wait,
You
wait,
just told me you were the one who was barking at people.
I was joking, actually.
Oh,
I was
wha-
not.
Oh, my goodness. Rumors be rumors, though. Hopefully you're not barking at people, Miss Elodie. That'd be
Mm-mm.
awfully crazy.
I can assure you it's not a rumor. She did it last night, but sure,
I
believe
sh-
what you want to.
my
I
goodness.
am.
Wait, that wasn't a rumor.
Simply
You
a
have
dog.
proof.
Hi, Mr.
Right.
Ravencroft. I'm glad you're wearing color today.
I know, right?
I know, right?
Should
Have a good
we
day,
talk to a doctor, Miss Elodie?
No, I'm
People
fine.
say I have golden retriever energy, and you're the one barking at people. My goodness.
I was not. I have really bad coughs that sound like barks.
Oh, is that the case?
Is that the case, Miss Tamara? You said you heard it.
Many
It
heard
sound
it.
like a cop.
More than one person heard her barking.
Wait, was she barking at... Were you barking at more than one person?
Miss Lillian heard it, Mr. Max heard it, and so did I. But we're all good now. She said she's sorry, so just know it ain't a rumor. It did happen.
Yeah, and I promise I will never actually happen again. Don't worry. I learned my lesson, but no.
What on earth were you on that you were barking at people?
To be honest, frankly, I don't know.
Is that your detective outfit or something, or what?
Just forget that it was an outfit. Have we figured out what we're actually wearing in unison?
No. I'm wearing black and white. I'm just gonna stick to this for now because I like a lot more than the suit.
That's right. From the jacket to the vest.
So what have I missed in the last 2 days other than Miss Walker barking at people?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've heard a lot of things. There was the death of Mr. Amos, people going into the sewers, Miss Anastasia getting attacked.
By what?
By things in the sewers. Apparently the people that went with her didn't do a good job at protecting her like they said they would. The Hawthorns are leaving town. They're going to England. That's interesting.
So,
Oh my, are they coming back?
They said that they're going to go there for a couple weeks and see how it is. So
I see.
unsure.
So they're leaving the servers with
But quite a bit of stuff going on. What else? Any interesting things? I'm wanting to buy more hats from you. That's another new interesting thing. Maybe around 4? I'm thinking 4 hats. Yes, 4 hats.
Are you any particular style?
Actually, 3 hats, 1 for each of my outfits. I want to show you each of my outfits when you have the time, and then I want you to have full freedom of expression to make a hat that matches that outfit. And then surprise me when they're all done together.
Alright, if you
So it
could
would be
send
3,
me
yeah.
probably a sketching of each of the outfits, because otherwise I will forget. Would
Okay.
probably be the easiest way to do it, because like I said, I will often totally forget what I'm doing if I have not like an image in my mind.
Oh, so do you want a hat, Miss Elodie? You should get one. They're absolutely delightful.
I mean, sure.
perhaps tomorrow we need to go further.
You
My
need a small
goodness,
top
oh my
hat,
goodness,
I think.
that will be absolutely gorgeous. A top hat for Miss Elodie.
A small one.
Small top hat.
I was just coming this way, so we weren't talking over the constabulary.
Oh my goodness.
No, you
I
seem
think
like
Rose
the
is
kind
back
of
to give you money.
individual who'd need a small top hat.
I can try that on, sure. Not really picky on hats, so.
As evidenced by the fact that you don't wear them at all.
I think my head looks fine. I don't need no hat.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
gonna whisper this to you.
Isn't there a council meeting?
I believe
There
there
is.
is today.
You go. Oh, hello.
I'm sorry, I'm whispering something to you. Sorry.
No, that's alright. I was just not ready. That's fine.
My bad. I don't know if you heard me.
Everybody be really excited and clap. Miss Anastasia's about to be allowed to come out in the town square. Yep, she'll be out in just a minute. But yeah, the doctor's escorting her out. She's allowed to come sit out in the square.
Alright, when you're ready.
Miss Elodie, whatever are you saying?
Miss Gunner, could you see if the bench that has the most cushions is available for Miss Brown, please?
Yeah, give me a second.
Thank you.
If not, I'll add more cushions.
I don't see
Easy.
why that would be
enough.
of any interest to anyone, honestly. It seems like a thing that people tend to do
Yeah.
when
this
they're
one.
drinking or smoking. That's all. People are very silly in those cases.
Daddies? Okay. Because I know because I read your newspaper sometimes. And there's sometimes about people, so I was a
It's
little
usually
worried.
about people where I see them do something.
Right.
Frankly, I believe in first-hand accounts of things, not second, third, or fourth.
Elodie,
Yeah, Miss Brown.
Marie, Miss Marta, it's good to see y'all.
Good evening,
Come
Miss
sit
Brown.
down.
I'm coming. I'm just slow today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Arthur.
Oh, my neck hurts. I hate it.
That's why you don't sleep in a chair.
Well, it happens. I fell asleep.
I decided to bring out Miss Brown so she could get some fresh air and work on some paperwork from the real estate office.
Right. It's always good to catch some air.
Arthur sounds like he could use a cup of coffee.
Yeah, 2 or 3. I hate it. My head just wants to fall back.
I'll be right back.
Just gonna talk to people over here.
Never mind, I know we were going to talk, Miss Rose. How have you been? How have you been, Miss Rose? No, that's all right. I understand.
Why don't you have a seat, Dr. Graymore?
Oh no, I'm quite alright.
Otherwise, I'm fine. We actually need to discuss something, though, Miss
All
Murray.
right. Would you like to go chat?
If you wish. It's about business.
Of course.
Dr. Graymore,
Be good, everyone.
folks tell me you do a lot of reading. I've already torn through the 2 that were given to me. I was wondering if you could make some recommendations. Something not called, what was it? Something in Steel, or Shakespeare's Macbeth, which is...
I really like your outfit today, by the way.
I was very torn on this one. I don't know what I was doing, what plan I had, or what destination I had with it, but I just kind of put it on and went, that's fine.
I plan on closing the shop for the week while I restructure it, as I'm planning on switching from floristry to a different business model.
Mm-mm.
So I wasn't sure if you continued to wish to be with me or not while I switch.
I mean, I've gone back and forth considering opening my own shop only for the convenience of moving things around and moving things out of the basement of my house, which is currently just full of hats. But I wasn't sure what you were looking for. It doesn't bother me in the slightest.
If you wish to open your own shop, I would not be slighted. I understand entirely, especially with the current business proposal that is up for the city council's vote today, making the businesses slightly cheaper. I understand entirely.
Oh, well, we'll see. Like I said, most of the time I'm not really in a shop, though I do think it would make it easier for people to understand custom orders so they don't have to come crawling into my living room, which is just where I make my own hats, and there's piles of them everywhere because I have a problem. But I think we'll see how the business proposals go, yes?
I have a feeling it will pass. There were no oppositions to it, no questions. Everybody seemed quite happy about it when I proposed it, and I've heard much positivity towards it this week.
Good. I'm excited to hear. Do you know when the meeting is?
Yes, according to the Eastern Stars, it begins at 6:30 p.m.
So like
So in 2
2
hours.
hours? 2 hours, alright. Sounds good to me. I will definitely be there and listen and watch. How has everything been in the last 2 days?
There have been several sightings of these people in the red robes, so that's been interesting.
Any more people all riled up about him? Trying to fight
Yes,
the evangelicals?
yesterday apparently they went marking up some of the houses in Angelwood Cove, and people were quite heated about that.
Graffiti? Well,
I don't know how they marked it. Wasn't there. I simply followed people that were shouting in the middle of town about them being there. When I tried to have a word with them on my own, I was blocked by people telling me not to talk to them, so people obviously know better than I, a politician. So how dare I wish to speak to people and know their views?
no, I understand. I was out there with went out with Miss Walker the first day they were seen to talk to very strange people, and then we went back, and everybody got very, very nervous, and Lacroix literally grabbed me and carried me off, said I wasn't moving fast enough to get away from them, and I was like, what is going on?
Yes, Miss Lillian seems to want me to stay away from them as well.
I mean, honestly, they're a little weird, but they kind of just look like Baptists.
One of them did draw a sword upon me, but we did get out of there. I don't know. They counted down from 10, and then they drew a large sword on me, and Mr. Rell picked me up and ran me out of there. I simply wish to talk with them and learn about their views, and they simply wish to say that all filth will be purged from these lands.
Oh. Maybe they're one of those, like, end-of-the-world faiths or something like that.
Perhaps, I don't know. Again, they did not really wish to speak very much with me.
I see,
I could just have a sit down. But yes, apologies about not approaching. Marine knows she's not supposed to talk to me, so her walking up and talking to you when I was already speaking with you was just frustrating.
No, I understand. I think it's a common space, and I'm always in common space, so I get it. Understand.
Well, yes, but that was the third time today that she's done that when I'm speaking with someone, and she's walked up and started talking with them when I'm already next to them. I think she's forgetting what boundaries are again. Apologies, I did not mean to vent.
No, I understand. I deal with her because she's good business for me. That's about it.
Yes, and she buys many of your hats.
Yes, she does. That is all right.
Perhaps we'll meet after the business proposal, after the council meeting, and discuss business once again if you've determined whether or not you'll maintain a partner.
Yeah, I think it'll... It's one of those things that, you know, I've had occasion where I will take people into my home and show them, move hats around for them and show them and try them on there, but it's a little bit more difficult when I can't move things around. So, we'll see, alright?
Then I think it would be better for you to go into business on your own. And I don't mean that as I wish you not to be a business partner. I think it would just be better for you to have more space so you can have more hats on display.
It's fine. The entire first floor of my house is hats. Because I need more space for hats, obviously.
Exactly. And then you wouldn't have to be giving me a cut.
Yes, but then I'd also have to deliver my hats myself, and it's truly terrible.
Speaking of which, Mr. Gray, apparently his hat was burned in the fire yesterday, and so he may be needing a new one.
I spent so much time on that hat. I shall make it taller and bigger for him if he buys another one.
Yes, I heard that I believe Mabel tripped and knocked his hat off and it landed in the fire, so...
Oh no.
Yes, I believe he might be terribly upset. In fact, I want to order it, but I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay for it.
It's okay. The man is a lord. He can pay for his own hands.
Indeed, indeed.
That's too funny. That sounds like a very good scam to run. Oh no, your hat's been burned. You must get a new one.
Indeed. But you might be expecting an order from him, so maybe if you started working on it anyways, just had it prepared.
I'll just make a
Just be
bigger,
like, I've been expecting this.
taller hat. His hat was so silly looking. Are you doing alright though, Rose? I know you seem stressed all the time, and I fret about you.
Well, my mentor passed this week, so it's just been a difficult week for me.
Yes, that Dr. Amos, that whole thing was so worrying, right? Unless someone else.
No, it was Dr. Amos, and I'm still waiting on the autopsy reports to make sure. I don't know if it was because of me or not, so.
First of all, no matter what the autopsy reports say, you did not kill him. Just because he was hurt when you were nearby does not make it your fault in any way.
Right. We'll know when we get the autopsy reports back.
You think something else happened. It wasn't just because of his injuries.
I do think it was his injuries, which if it was his injuries, then it means it was my fault, because it was my fault we went the way that we went. And that's something I'll just have to live with the rest of my life.
You are not at fault. That is not how injuries work. Alucard, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Horde. Who do you play? Injuries happen. Ones that result in death sometimes, and that doesn't make it anyone's fault. They're always accidents. The only time someone is at fault is if they're taking the knife and putting it in someone else. That's the only time.
That's why I want to know the autopsy, in case, maybe one of the doctors messed up. Maybe he had another condition. Maybe it wasn't the injuries.
Oh, sweetheart. I'm so sorry.
I just need to know it wasn't my fault,
Oh dear. Who do you play, Alucard?
So it's just gonna take some time, and until I get the reports back. Right. So we can talk after the council meeting. Right.
I got a whole new box of feathers. Do you want something ostentatious and fancy for your head for the meeting?
No, I'd have to have a new dress for that, and I don't have one right now. But thank you.
The please listen to me hat.
People seem to listen to me when I speak in council anyways for some reason, so.
It's because you're a voice of reason. Oh, Conan on the PC is
my
great.
purpose on the council, is to be the voice of reason.
Yes, sometimes I think our city is truly mad. And then sometimes I think people don't pay any attention at all. But don't you worry, alright, hon?
Alright, thank you, Miss Dolly.
Everything will be alright.
Yeah.
You haven't seen Max, have you?
Maximilian? Not in a day or so.
Alright. I don't know. I wanted to talk to him about nothing even in particular. I don't know. It was just we had some wine before when I went on my business trip, and I enjoyed it. What? It's a weird statement. Anyways, I won't keep you. I am going to go should go do some chores and empty my pocket of God knows what is in my pockets. My God. Hey, we're definitely going to remove all the weird things in my pockets because there's a lot of weird things in my pockets. It's fine.
Go make some hats with them.
Yes. Well, I don't think I can make hats with windows, but maybe. Now I'm going to try and make a window hat.
Good luck, Miss Dolly. Thank you.
Mhm.
And I have enjoyed the partnership.
As have I. You're playing Skyrim right now. What brought you here? Are you a Conan fan? Do you like the game, or? Conan has got a pretty decent building system. There's some other games out there that got them, but I don't think there's any on any. I guess maybe Atlas has got another system game that has a building system that's not bad.
Good afternoon.
What other games have building systems that are not on the PC? They're pretty much all PC. Game I'm looking forward to, it's also made by Funcom, is called Loft. I played the demo and I was like, this is a really fun game. Alright, I am gonna do the hat. Okay. You set a hat on fire. Okay. That's definitely how a hat looks. It's fine. And then it was on fire. Burn the non-believer. Burn the hat. Ah. Give me a sec. I'm gonna turn on some lights. It's kind of dark and kind of warm right here. I think it's because I'm tucked so deep into this computer. I'll be right back. I'll be back. Bias my Conan corrector or Kari from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles than I have. It is, she's asked. Oh, sorry, it's a misspelling. I like that you're like, yep, I got misspellings in there. I'm not fixing them. That's about how I do it. Don't worry, dude. One sec, I'll be right back.
gosh, that would be so cute. Oh my gosh, I would love that. A wedding planner. Oh my goodness. I'd have so many cute ideas.
Greetings.
with my puppuccino. That's you. Do you want a mousse? Want me? If you put it the whole thing in your mouth, I can't take any of it. Hoo-yah! Give me that moose. Give me that moose. Get the moose. Yeah. Give me that moose. Give me that moose. Give me that moose. Give me that moose. I got it. Get it. Go get the moose. Go get it. He was like, I'm not getting that moose. I'm not running. I'm a lazy dog. Hi, queen. My queen. How are you? Oh. Ooh, what's this? 1. That reminds me. Am I gonna do my dailies? That's my question. By the way, I'm okay. I'm doing okay. I'm tired. I went out with my husband for the weekend. We went to the Dells. It was nice. It was tiring though. I wanted to actually like come down and look. Oh, hang on. I gotta go down with him. Because like, I was down here with this. Dolly gotta get into her perfectly legal business shit. That there before? Thought I had a torch in here. I do. Vlad Dracula and Sherlock Holmes would be perfect for this server. It is a vampire and a werewolf server. Then there's a secret other faction. And, you know, Dolly's a human who does investigative journalism. That's kind of her thing. But yeah, there is a lot of vampire players and there's a lot of werewolf players on this server. But when you're playing on the human side of it, you don't know who's who. I have a lot of extra garbage in my pockets from decoing. How do I get back up? Is the question. Yeah, so this is set in 1873, an alternative universe where vampires and werewolves exist. It is Earth though, so like France and England and America and all that, those are all real places. And this is a place called Murky Stone, which is kind of a non-defined location. But it has its own setting, right? It's not defined to be in the Americas or anywhere particular. It's just is. So you get a lot of people playing like Victorian, Regency. I'm kind of playing early 1920s, perfectly honest. That's the time zone that Dolly is like that noir style. She's a fashionista is basically. So she definitely is a little bit anachronistic. She's very fashion forward. Sun Wukong? I don't know who that is. I mean, like if that's like an actual character, so we don't let people play like characters from actual like literature, right? But you can play characters inspired by characters from literature, right? Like a lot of Dolly is sort of inspired by like Audrey Hepburn, the Monkey King. Yeah, you could play an Asian character if you wanted. We have 4 districts, which are all part of the same city, right? They're all part of Murkystone, and they all have their own sort of personality, right? This one's kind of pirate, Mediterranean, like coastal district. It's loading. Give it a second. It's a gorgeous town. That's the server loading in. There's a lot of big builds here. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the Ripper, Dorian Gray, Captain Nemo. Yes, all of that is the sort of time period that we're aiming at. We actually had a character that was very similar to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde last season. We had somebody playing a Ripper last season. I think there was somebody playing something similar to like Dorian Gray, kind of that like cursed thing. I don't exactly remember because I wasn't too involved in the story. But yeah, it's all in that sort of time period. You need my fashion? Oh, her fashion today is a mess. Should get my horse and actually go do my dailies. So like Journey to the Center of the Earth, so world created by Jules Verne. Yeah. It's alternative Earth gothic horror. Is kind of the way to think of it. Like this is a water treatment facility. I don't know where that bridge goes. I haven't been out to this district very often, so I don't know what's actually out here. Torello Manor. Ooh, the fuck is this? I want to see. Let me out. I want to see it. Got the Victorian office.
Oh.
Now that I've gotten out, I don't know if I'll be able to get back in. My bad. I can climb up and over. Yeah, it's all that Gothic Victorian style. Who's on the deck out there? Oh, that's the portal guy. Okay, I know what's going on here. I have a short render distance, so it's rendering little pieces at a time instead of all at once, which I usually would do. This is my bad. Well, so it's everybody's kind of got their own story. Like, so this server always has a really in-depth server story, and there is a very in-depth server story planned. But also all the players kind of have their own story that they're telling too. So it kind of just depends on who you're following. Like there are other streamers that are usually streaming. Chise, Cultigilly, Vita playing not Victor Gray, Lucian Gray. Um, a lot of the mod team is actually streamers, but they're not streaming right now. So I don't know why it's smoother when I put my render distance way the fuck up high, but okay. Fuck. Oh, I'm gonna go right off the edge because I'm not paying attention. Give it Tubica like totally wild. Totally tubular, dude. Totally tubular. Cowabunga, dude. Did I empty my pockets of all of the things I'm supposed to empty my pockets of? Nope. Still have a fuck ton of shit in my pockets that I need to just go back and dump because I shouldn't have it.
Jacqueline, it's good to see you, honey.
You as well. Good to see you out of that bed.
You're an 80s kid.
Believe me, when Dr. Graymore said I could, it took all my willpower to stay still and wait for him to tell me how we were going to work this out.
Thank you, Miss Gardner.
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back.
Well, everybody pays their taxes now to give them something to do besides drove.
Yes, I just realized it was Sunday.
Yes, I suppose we should pay our taxes, right?
Yes.
I have no idea how to do that.
For your
Will I
house?
owe you?
I would prefer you talk to Victoria about that. I'm not entirely certain what she set up with you. She brought me some paperwork I haven't gone through yet.
Okay, that's fine. I will talk to Miss Rose about that then.
I kind of want to see what y'all did now. But I think Dr. Graymore would, he'd have you tie me to the bench if I tried to stand up.
I totally forgot we gotta pay taxes.
I wouldn't do
Hey
such
man,
a thing.
she out Thunder. Those are definitely some 80s cartoons, sir. 1985. Wow. 1990. Gotta go actually get the money to pay, and then I'll dump a bunch of this random shit off. Oh, I hear Doomed Ani. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Do you play on the server? And if so, who? Or do you want a link and an invite? I'm on it super fucking early today. Why did we put red shoes on this mofo? It's because we didn't put red shoes on him. Oh. Well, I just go to Put Locker, and Put Locker has pretty much everything anyways. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just dying a little bit. Just a little bit of dying. It's fine. Hello, Grandpa. I'm gonna go to the observatory and do that first. Still one of my favorite builds. The website I go to is whatcostream.tv. Yeah, I pretty much do Put Locker for all my stuff just because Put Locker is, to me, it's super easy. I know a lot of people RP fluff stuff. A lot of people are like, oh, it's piracy. And I'm like, it's not piracy if you can't own the stuff in the first place. So, no problem at all. I don't play on the server. No, I was looking around for Conan streams. Yeah, this is an RP server. Miss Mallory seems to be tapping her foot nervously in the chair, seeming anxious as the observatory has many visitors. She watched as many chemists and investigators wheel in tarp-covered barrels and many boxes and vials of strange liquid. She approached Miss Nolan. One could notice that her appearance is unkempt and messy, her hair frazzled and frayed, and her fine silken dress covered in tears, as if she's seen better days. Do you RP Conan at all? Because like I enjoy the RP. That's my vibe. And building. I build stuff too. I built that telescope. This is well, I don't really okay. Let me rephrase. I don't build stuff. I build stuff. Like I don't build stuff. I build stuff. This is my telescope. I made that. I was very proud. I think I spent like 10 hours or something fucking around to make this. It is my non-functional telescope. And then I think on this side is where all of the poison investigation RP is going on. Oh, there's a lot more over here. Holy crap. I am absolutely loving how she's doing this stuff. So this is one of our storytellers. This is referred to as the Rosemith story. And it's kind of it's like a research investigation story about, I can show you at some point, about like toxic dumping in the resort district. And the players come in and they do their investigations, and then the storyteller comes in and tells what they find. So there's a whole bunch of story investigation stuff here. Oh, I think I've been to the Watch Cartoon site. I think I've been there. Evening, Mr. Stannis. What are you doing here?
Usually have some paper drop off here, but I was looking for Jacqueline.
I don't think I've seen anyone in here. I was just checking some of the research people were doing. It's all a bit above my head.
Huh.
What?
Nothing. I just don't know where she went.
Bet she hopped the wrong train and went to the wrong place.
No. She kind of walked off, and I don't know where she went. Either way, I'll see her, I guess, when I go back to Murkystone.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll find her. It's not like you can't find people in Murkystone.
True. You have a good one, though.
You too, Mr. Stannis. Don't RP Conan. I only just started the Blaine gaming single player just to get back into it. Mainly play a lot of ARP. Well, do you have a computer? Because I guess the difference is, right, like if you don't have a computer, it's very hard to do Conan RP. If you have a computer, you can definitely get into it. But if you don't, it's extremely difficult. Okay, wait for the server to load the zone. But you should absolutely try it. It's a lot of fun. Well, if you can go to the link I put up just a bit ago. That's the Conan server. There's a whitelist, and it's actually not a super difficult whitelist application. You don't have to tell us what kind of player that you are playing. You just gotta kind of read the rules and answer the questions. It's a modded server. It's got a lot of like clothing mods and a lot of building mods, and it's all themed, and it's really fun because you get to meet a lot of people who are telling different stories. I'm just puttering around for another hour because we have the town hall meeting in a bit. Oh, Mr. Stannis is looking for you, by the way.
Oh, merci.
Yeah, he just came in on the inbound train, so.
Ah. Thank you, Dolly.
Of course, Miss Jacqueline. It's always the server's open all the way around. So like, and we do have a international player base, so you can play at any time. The server doesn't close. Let me rephrase. It closes at the end of the season, which is usually like a 3-month season. So, and then it'll be down for a bit until we come up with the next server story, and then it'll come back up. Why is there an antelope losing their mind here? Why is there an antelope trying to go into the workshop?
Oh, well, it's been running
What
around
the
doing that for
hell?
30 minutes. I got it. Oh, now it runs.
Now it runs. Oh.
not a very range-savvy person, so. There you go.
It came right at me. You saw it.
It was an act of self-defense.
It was an act of self-defense, yeah.
Yes, murder. How could you kill that poor animal?
Because it was gonna charge me. What was I to do?
Better
Huh.
than Miss Dolly.
If it becomes a city council member, might as well put a law that you can't kill innocent animals and dogs.
Is that really what your proposal is?
No, I'm kidding.
My God.
Better laws.
Better laws than no hunting in town.
I mean, there's a baby deer. I actually shot it with my bow earlier, not earlier, but a couple days ago. And I felt bad because I didn't want the deer to lay there dead. So I just chopped it up and threw it in the incinerator over there.
You're like, no, it's fine. It, you know.
Had the evidence.
Had the evidence. Oh God, the doors are back. Why are the doors back? Why? No, not the doors. My God.
Removed.
I did. I removed them once because it kept slamming into my face. What the hell was I
Not
supposed to do?
Exactly.
What are
I'm
these
just
notes?
happy people don't. Hmm?
I have things in my pocket regularly, and I'm never for sure what it is. Like I'm a hoarder.
What is it? Have you used that before? The breathing mask? What's that for?
Underwater breathing.
Why would you want to
Underwater breathing.
breathe underwater?
Yeah,
I
that
want
makes
to
no
pretend to
sense.
be a fish.
I do not want to pretend to be a fish, actually.
That sounds like you, like... That's confusing. Why? Yeah, why would you want to be a fish?
Oh,
You
they're
ever
hate.
wanna escape the world and just not be bothered? Or be a
I
fish?
think usually that's when you get on a train and go somewhere else.
True.
I've never been inclined to pretend to be a mermaid. Man, that is just like the loudest, wildest incinerator ever.
Just has to let you know that he got rid of it.
Yeah, just so you know, it's gone now. What happened to our dump box? I'm not good at this. Sorting of stuff.
Frank usually does it. I usually do it.
Uh-huh. Yep.
It seems like all of our oysters and wolf heads have been taken.
Well, I know Frank usually does the bait. I'll usually do a handful of oysters. And wolf heads, I bring back any extra I have. But I'm not actively hunting them. Mostly because I'm out of arrows.
What kind do you use?
I mean, I have the most basic of bows and a pistol. So, what they gave me
Right.
when I got off the train? Listen, every time I go outside of the city, I get attacked by a tree. I trip down some stairs. It's always horrid. So,
Not the tree.
not the tree, no. Dear Lord, save me from the trees.
Oh, speaking about that tree,
No, I don't want to talk
Frank?
about the tree. I don't want to talk about the tree.
Listen. So me and God, this door, I swear.
Why did it get put back?
I don't know.
Did you put it back, Mr. Claude?
I did not.
Okay, but we're gonna just it's fine. It's fine.
You sure this is against law, maybe, Dolly?
No, I'm sure it's not against the law. I'm sure it's fine.
I mean, it's destruction of property.
Is it destruction of property? I think it's destructive to put a door here in the first place.
Well, it's not destruction of property if you actually don't destroy it.
I'm not destroying it.
I think it's more like relocation. Into the garbage disposal. Who knows?
I'm not destroying it. That was definitely not destroyed.
Oh, I mean, what's this on the ground?
I have no idea.
Oh, it's gone.
And
Never
it's gone.
mind.
Listen, there was no destruction. Absolutely destructionless.
Well, I must have just been seeing things. Never mind.
This is a dump box once again now.
We're all a little crazy, so we're just saying things.
Anyone ever figure out what these essences are for?
Ooh, essence of what?
Air, death, life, those.
Oh.
I would give those to Marie because she can make stuff with them.
I wouldn't give anything to Marie if I'm not getting anything back, so...
I guess that was more of the question is, what are they for?
They can be used to craft either, I'm going to assume, weapons, special clothing, possible ammunition, depending.
Alright. So next question is how do I get some more arrows? Who do I have to bribe for just basic pitch arrows?
I'm working on it.
Oh. What do we need? Because that's another thing I'd rather just go get things than try and make things. Because when I try to make things, yeah, you know.
Well, I think we have most of everything to make some decent basic arrows.
Yeah, I was hoping.
Yeah, about roughly how many do you think you need? I would like to carry.
Oh, I don't know. I usually carry about 1,000 and then I replenish them as I go, right? But I don't go out very often. It's usually like an accident or an emergency if I'm going out.
Well, this table here on the left has a bunch being rolled and shaped by the worker. So.
Amazing.
Oh. Over time, pick them up. There's about 900-ish that will be made.
No wonder I was having a seizure looking in here. I was seeing things I shouldn't have been seeing. I had all recipes on. I guess I'll go get some wolves. Because those I can get from horseback.
Sounds like a fun time.
Listen, I'm not... It doesn't really count as outside if I'm not touching the ground, right?
Sort of. Maybe getting a sunburn, I think it counts.
That's what the hat and the veil and the long sleeves are for.
Don't you get hot in that?
I guess it kind of depends on where I'm going. I'd spend a lot of my time indoors, so... No?
Nice and free.
I suppose not. Also, anytime I dress less clothed, I end up somewhere cold, and then I get cold.
Well, yeah, you're dressing up and...
Mm-hmm. Well, it should be something to wear at all times, maybe.
I don't think I own a pair of flat shoes. Not one. I really did misread this board. I thought it said laws you would like to see unique to Daddy. I'm gonna
I
go
mean,
now.
Lucian is daddy. I mean, what?
What?
Alright, what?
Miss
I'm
Walker,
What?
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 Miss Walker, that is
Sorry,
entirely inappropriate. And you hope to be a counselor? I see. Are you aiming to be mommy of town?
Hey, what? This conversation should be best had in, well, I was about to say closed doors, but, well.
Oh no.
You didn't
I'm
tell me
gonna go
anything
get
about
some
classes.
wolves. This is fine. I'm done. Alright, bye, mommy. Alright. Alright, I got the bow and I got some arrows and I'm gonna go kill some wolves. And that's gonna be my contribution to the group today. As I'm gonna kill wolves. Where's my horse? Oh no. Where's my horse? Okay, I've lost my horse. Where's my horse? And then Daddy took my boo. Evening. Is my horse over here? Did my horse get put in a stable? I wouldn't have parked my horse in this direction, so what the hell happened? Who's moving my horse around? Somebody done stole my horse. This is a very shiny rock nose. I don't remember that rock nose being that shiny. That's okay. I don't remember a lot of things about Conan. And I really thought I wasn't on the one that had the big rock daddy. But I guess I'm wrong. Streaming RP and I'll try and catch you again next stream. Okay, you have a great night. You should apply. You should apply for the server. It does have it's up all the time. If nothing else, it's fun to just meet new people. Have a good rest, Doom. Lovely evening and all that. Good night, good night. A handsome fella. But yeah, I'm just kind of wasting about an hour until the It's a very, his questions were very like, are you a vampire? Don't you get hot? Dolly's like, well, okay. So speaking as somebody who does cover up when I go outside, wearing like a scarf and a hat usually actually keep you cooler than if you didn't. But it was a kind of a, do you temperature regulate? Like vampires don't temperature regulate because they don't have to, right? Okay, wolves. We're looking for wolves. We're just gonna go around, I think, and kill a bunch of wolves. Is the plan. That's one. Alright, alright. Okay. Getting bullied! I'm not good at this game. Okay, that's one. I put a bunch of stuff on my hotbar, so... So I don't put body parts and shit on my thing. Okay, I know there's more of them around. And I think they're over here. I don't think I can hit the other one because it's on the other side of the body, and that's always an in the way sort of thing. Yeah. Because for whatever reason, you can't shoot over bodies in Conan. Oh, there we go. Unless you're Dracula. I'm getting bullied by wolves. Send help. Didn't get ahead from that one. Didn't get ahead from that one. Fantastic. That's my favorite. I don't even have a melee weapon either, which is the wild part. Like, I couldn't even, like, actually defend myself if I wanted to. I think there's a couple more over here that aren't, like, white wolves. Yeah, there's, like, 2 that aren't. Okay, fantastic. Not very good at Conan. I remember once upon a time when, you know, it was actually... Being on horseback was, like, fun and actually had a benefit and there was skill involved. Okay, I got 2 wolf's heads. Yay, I got another one. Did the drops go down? I feel like drops went down. Conan was really buggy on PS4. Conan went through a lot to get to where it was on on PC. And then the fact that they ported it, and I don't think Conan was ever built to be ported to the stations. They ported it, and I'm like, oh my god. Conan was buggy before, I cannot imagine on the stations. I used to be like a fucking dead shot from horseback. Oh, well, so I can tell you why it would do that. Conan has this thing where it doesn't check stability of moved items until the restart. So if there was like a stability error, it won't check it until the restart. So you'll have this build that you built, and it will destabilize only when the server restarts. Gonna try and get the bat. You know what's so funny is I was at the zone for the cartography quest and I just didn't do it. I would do it while I was building. I don't know, man. Hi, Kang. How have you been? Found the more wolves for wolf killing. Oh, I guess we're going down here now. What have you been up to? I was on... What's this? This is Time of Origin. I don't know if anything they've ever done on Conan has ever really been fixed. We need to just get off the horse. I'm getting beaten up by the wolves! Ooh, you just stay there. They're like climbing. I don't know what that is. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Ah! I got beat up by the wolves. The wolves won. Thank you. This is Dolly getting beaten up by wild animals. Per usual. Absolutely devious. They're beating up my horse. Go, horsey! My horse, go! No, horsey. I did get nibbled. I got booted. Them wolfy poos got me. Listen, I don't know if I can reach the horse where it is. Ah! No! This is how I got botted the first time. I got booped-did. Booped-did by the horses. Let's go do the bat and hopefully not get booped-did again. You know what's so funny? As I'm still in base game gear. That was a lot of sounds that just happened right there. Like, a lot of sounds that just happened right there. I'm on the wrong side for the bat. I'm on the wrong side for the bat. Over here. Yeah. Get booted. What have you been up to, Kang? I went out to the Dells with my husband. I had a nice romantic getaway today. Well, this weekend. Hi, Tank. This guy just doesn't want to move, I guess. You know what's so crazy? I get higher DPS with this than I do with the pistol. Just spam shotting arrows on a shitty bow than the pistol. That's so stupid. Oh, hollow bones. That's cool. To be fair, I took the rifleman because I wanted to make sure we had somebody who can actually, like, check the rifleman and see. I just tried to activate a thing that isn't on the server because I'm like, oh, I'm hungry. I'm probably making that sad, hungry moaning sound. Whoa! That was 100% not what I was trying to do. Yeah, the pistols are not good. I think the rifles are supposed to be better, but I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean... Well, I think my daughter just got back. I'm gonna go give her a hug. Rifles do have more ammo types, but I'll be right back. My daughter just got here. I think they're just actually just genuinely better, right? Is that the girl? Is that the girl? Hi, kiddo. Hi.
Hi.
How was your week?
Good. We're rearranging the furniture at my mother's.
Bye. Fine, don't wave. Get out of the way, dog.
But she's the one who just got here. Nobody else.
My sister is getting the twin bed from Grandma and Grandpa Hoover's that was mine. And those my Uncle Carl's. So
He wants your attention.
So they're bringing the bookshelf and the matching nightstand down too. I'm getting the bookshelf that matches that bed set because it's heavy and it's taller. And we don't need her tipping it over, and the only place it can go in her room is like if her bed's off this wall coming this way, it's like that wall right there, and we don't like that. So we're switching bookshelves. They're finally thinking about taking the non-sliding, like that don't work off my wall.
Oh, crazy. They smell stuff on you.
Dog. I've been hanging out with our neighbor's dog, Vegan. What looks like Bowser. And it's a pity. So I was hanging out with the neighbor's pity.
Did you have a good week?
And then help them get the house ready for the sanity that is the family.
Oh?
That gets here.
Oh, is everybody coming into town or something?
Most of the family from the West Coast is flying in.
Downstairs and I can magnetize.
Sorry.
We're fine. Stupid things. Well, she's here whenever you're ready to start playing the game. Alan said he would join us. Unless you don't want to play the game now.
Can we play it tomorrow?
Okay.
We got a new board game for dinner.
Alan won't be here tomorrow.
What you gonna do? I'm playing otherwise.
If the three of us stumble through it tomorrow, that means maybe we'll have a concept when we invite Nate and Alan, because you said 5 is the max. Somehow it's got 1. I'm still not sure.
Because it's a points game.
Honey, I don't understand how that game works yet, so one player won't make sense.
Yeah. 10 more damage. No, I think like with an actual rifleman, because you get a buff with the weapon, it's much higher. You know? Okay. I don't know, I assumed you were a rifle one. Frank reminds me of Wolverine. I don't know if that's what you were going for. But Frank reminds me of Wolverine. I don't know. Who was your inspiration for that character? a dwarf. I see. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know. He just reminded me of Wolverine. He's feisty. He's very short, and I'm amazed that our height limits went down that small, honestly. Yeah, Frank over here pretending to play a dwarf. Tank the Frank. Frank the tank. I don't think Frank is a dwarf, though. He doesn't look like a dwarf, and definitely doesn't, like, I don't know. It's just short to me. King approves of this message. Listen, King is not here. There's no kings here. There's no kings here. You're not here. I don't know what you're talking about. Two is not everything. I mean, it's my home server, so I'm gonna be here. You're just mad that you can't play a Fae. Or a dwarf. It's literally the only reason you're not here. I know you're not actually mad, but I'm teasing you, motherfucker. I don't know, I enjoy playing humans in fantasy settings because I think a lot of... Oh, I'm gonna drown. I think it's a lot easier to buy into stories as a human in a fantasy setting. Because I think a lot of people have a hard time, like, not being fucking know-it-alls. Hi, kiddo. Can I finish this one? There we go. ToOS is the gold standard of Conan RP. Oh, that's such a nice thing to say, Nub. We try. TOO is a server story-driven server, which I find very different than a lot of the other servers that don't do server stories. Servers or server. There's a bug that will not get on my fucking face. Do you ever have that where it's just a bug in your fucking face and you can't get it away? Yeah, I know. You're like, you know what I did with Frank? I made an actual, factual, literal dwarf. And then I couldn't play literal dwarf. Just so silly. Oh yeah, we were talking about renting an RV. I was like, that makes a lot more sense, actually. You didn't plan the drinking thing, it's just your cat. I was like, is there some like really intense story about Frank's drinking, or did this just evolve because, you know, casual fucking campfire RP? But Frank, Tank, how are you supposed to schmooze girls with a short character? Because we gotta have an hour until the meeting. Yeah. Listen, Dolly did not have a story. She had a vibe, right? Sometimes I don't actually make character stories. I just make vibes. Dolly's a noir vibe, right? Like, her whole story is a sort of noir, seedy underbelly, sort of journalist. That's one thing he isn't focused on. Dolly's got that femme fatale sort of vibe is what I'm going for with her. I don't know what Frank is, but I just envision him like turning into a very ferocious squirrel. Yeah, that's how I do it too. Oh my god, hang on. It's puppy dinner time. So we're gonna watch Bowser eat. Okay, hang on. Sorry. That's the Bow Bow. Are you done? Oh, he's got another one in the other room. I guess he's done. What do you mean chaos? Ask Melody, listen. Dolly doesn't usually do anything. She's not very dangerous. She is intelligent. She gets people to do things for her. Yeah, no, I like Dolly was like, man, he probably shouldn't be standing in front of that scorpion like that. It's not good for him. We have a return of the Babo. Babo is hunting. Yeah, Dolly would have been dead. You know what's so funny is this was supposed to be like mentally stimulating for him, and he just rolls these around like they're nothing. Just takes himself for a walk for dinner. What game are you playing? Oh, it's Hogwarts. Okay, I was like, what the heck is this, like Ark? No. And that's fair. Oh, I think you'd like Ark. It's just, you were in the wrong. There's a map that's literally just got crystal dragons and shit. Frank survived because of moonshine, of course. What are you doing, Bubbo? Are you looking for snacks? Where'd you go? He's like, I don't know where I'm going. I'm going somewhere though. Ark is my least favorite of the genre. I feel like there's so much better like options. Then like Ark is the worst of the group. Atlas is better. Dark and Light was what you kind of wanted those games to be. And then you get into games not made by them, like Myth of Empires, which is a phenomenal game that Snow Games bought and bullied, which will probably be ruined by them. Conan, Last Oasis. Those are the big ones. Like Life is Feudal kind of predated a lot of them. Oh, we have a double dog. We have a double dog. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Oh. Did your dad show you what we got? Show you this one? That's awesome. Right? So close. Tonka, why are you? It's a sword, bud. It's not sharp, obviously. It's a replica. Made in China. Go figure. Ooh. That's not lined up very well. That is not lined up well at all. Yes, there is a boar spear. I don't know where he put it, but I'm a little bit worried. got enough heft that at least you could hit somebody with it. Oh, yes, my horse. I thought this was the one that would give you bugs. No, it's a rapier replica. Not like a replica of anything, it's just a replica, right? See if I can avoid getting killed by the dumb. There is something here I want to try and grab. Okay, horse. Okay, we're just gonna run out. That's fine. God. Can I get on the horse? Oh my god. When the NPCs actually fucking attack and you're like, I don't understand what's happening, you never do this. You get absolutely fucking bullied. Hi, Sriracha. How are you doing? Really? I got 4 wolf heads, despite the fact that I killed like a bunch of wolves.
I have a
It's definitely been a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
the group later. But
Well, you can spare one.
Yeah, no, I brought back 4 extra. It's just, you know.
I wanted to apologize for last
There's
night.
an animal box here.
Oh, nope, it's just going in the counselor's records box, because I don't know where shit goes.
You know what? I
That's
understand.
fine.
You were tense.
Wouldn't happen to have any gaseous organs, do you?
I do. How many you need?
As many as you can spare.
Well, give me a minute. Don't ask why I have them.
I'm not going to.
I should have been more.
Probably needed. We'll just go out and do what we have to do.
Pardon?
Evening.
Evening.
Will 75 do you, Mr. Claude?
That will be an adjustment.
Anything in particular you're after with them?
Some poison arrows.
Ah, that makes sense.
And in the same chest, I'm gonna put down some stuff for you.
Suppose I don't need these fragments. Have exactly no interest in them. You're a saint.
Those hollow bones are actually pretty useful too.
If I had more than 21, I would have kept them.
Yeah, it's a pain to get them, but I'll safekeep them for now.
Yeah. Bugs, 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 bugs.
First, preservation bugs.
Yeah. You're going to connect on a serpent? Oh, you have a lovely day. Should we take bets on how many things I forget?
I would.
I'm always forgetting something, which is why I rarely do them.
Yeah. Do you have to plan to make a nice little dive into the sewers again later?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Where do we have shaped wood? Are we out?
Yes. The top right. Compost, plant seeds, insects, and spices.
I would not have checked there. That would have been the last box I looked in.
It's near the spices. Guess it can count for cinnamon.
I do not think I will be putting a plank of wood into a cup of, like, apple cider.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, cinnamon is just bark.
Yes, but do you often put random sticks, or treated sticks, of that matter, in your tea?
No, but only cinnamon.
Well, either way. Are you going to go to the council meeting?
What time is it?
About 8 minutes from now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we know what kind of silly laws they make regarding us all.
Something else is probably going to be goofy.
What?
Who knows? We'll see.
Up. Other way. It's fine. I'm sure he knows where he's going. Later, Sriracha. Of course. Of course, love. Pardon?
Of course.
Fantastic. I just want to turn on my fucking quest real quick. Um, sir, you didn't take my money. I mean, if you don't want to take my money, that's fine. Or maybe you did take my money. You know, you didn't say you took my money. You just reached in my pocket and took it. How foul of you, Mr. Dewey. Truly.
Trust in your grace and balance, ma'am.
Somebody does.
Would you like me to send a gentleman down to help?
Okay. What just happened there? Oh no. What's going on? I seem to have killed my game. Yeah, I just hard crash. It was very weird. I'm just reloading, don't worry about it. I'm not even back about loads. Papa. Why are you not in your bean? My connection to the host has been lost. How strange. Tonka, come here. Come here. I'm gonna drug you. Put stuff in your ear. Yes, you. Little boy. Okay. Nope. Tonka, come here. Tonka. He ran. Trying to give him stuff to make him feel better, and he ran away. Tonka.
Today or not.
You. No, he knows
Miss
I'm not
Lenore will
playing.
not be in attendance today. Mr. Gray, how goes the elections on your end?
I think all the if I'm sorry if I misheard, but it seems like all the ballots have been submitted already. We're just waiting for a conclusion to it. That's all.
Can somebody go knock on the judge's quarters then? See if he answers.
If you would like, I can go handle it.
Thank you. The meeting was supposed to start 7 minutes ago.
Instacart. drug my dog. He's gonna hate it. But it's gonna be good for you, buddy. Okay. Ah! Eh. You. Tonka, come here. Tonka! He just runs away from me. Come here.
Your Honor, Miss Lenore wished me to let you know that she dropped off her votes in your box outside of your
Come
door.
here. Sit. Sit. Don't move. Don't move.
I'm sorry. To me, it seems like the wind stole your voice for a minute. Can you repeat that?
Yes, sorry. Your Honor, Councilmember Lenore said that she will not be in attendance today, but wanted me to let you know that she dropped her votes outside of
Is that it?
your chamber doors, Your Honor.
Oh,
Better?
Thank you, darling. I'll have to go to my council and see if I can find that. Oh, I almost fell off my chair. I suppose the books were not sufficient.
See,
I want you to rip out your entire library, Your Honor, just to help folks see over the table.
My guess.
That was my old
library.
library, you know.
Great for posing this way, not so great for posing the other way. That's rose mist. I don't know who the Angel Cove. Just Lenore and Sterling. Literally, Angel Cove is not represented at all here.
Well, I do apologize for taking up the council's time. Thank you for your patience with me. Do we have a quorum here?
If we count Lenore's votes, then yes. If not, then no.
Well, I do count 5 council members. Mr. Roderick, Miss Rose, myself, Mr. Sebastian, and Mr. Gray.
Then
Now, I do have the letter from Miss Lenore. It is sealed.
For me, that's the only thing that I kind.
Where's Miss Luna?
What's with the seal?
That's too funny. The way they have that set up. We wait on
I
somebody?
will read this to the council. Dear Judge, to Judge Buford Mordecai Thibodeau Beauregard III. Dear Judge, unfortunately, I will be unable to attend tonight's proceedings as I'm currently feeling unwell and have been ordered to bed rest in order to avoid further complications. However, as part of my doing my best to ensure the continuity of my duties, I would like to submit this official document with my votes and standpoints for the upcoming deliberations, based on what is brought up for voting today as a result of the last meeting. In accordance with our proceedings, I ask you to kindly bring up my contribution and votes to the upcoming council meeting. Regarding the laws on Mercustone, I have some concerns regarding the references to license plate and identification paper items which do not exist within Mercustone. I requested for these to be removed from the penal code. Outside of that, I will abstain from voting due to the high chance that further amendments may be proposed by other members of the council. Regarding paycheck for doctors, I believe that doctors should be paid per hour of work with the maximum limit per week. Proposed, I've heard from doctors, is a minimum of 20 silver per week with 4 silver per hour. Can we vote on this during the next meeting together with any amendments? Side note, Constabulary currently owns 20 silver per week if they provide enough reports. Housing regulations. We'll vote in favor of the supervision of these regulations as handled by an independent regulatory board or by the Realtor's office. If it's handled by the constabulary councils, then I will vote against, abstain for any alternative solutions. Regarding term limits, proposal for a 3-week term with a one-time re-election before forced to step down. Also happy to accept 3 or 4 week term without re-election. 2 weeks is too short for a single term if we look at our procedures. We'll vote in favor for a 3 or 4 week term with or without the opportunity of re-election. Prefer one-time re-election. We'll vote against any proposal that removes term limits. Abstain from anything else. Payment. Council should not get paid until other city employees such as hospital workers and realtors get proper pay. Propose 10 silver per council meeting and let it be up to the councils themselves if they wish to accept payment or not. Business tax proposal. Vote in favor for any sort of reduction. Converting one of the Devil's Candles churches to a city hall. Vote in favor. Top of discussion for next meeting. Can we get a public list with contact information for all council members to be released to the public? And that is the end of the councilwoman's letter. So, I think we should start off with this meeting. I have a proposal for the council, and my proposal is very simple. In order to stimulate the economy, as per the discussion in the last meeting, and for brevity and speed, I propose that we put a moratorium on business taxes altogether, so that no business shall be taxed until such time as they have been able to establish themselves.
Alan, did you open up the windows in our
Can
room?
I get a second on that one?
I agree. Now, see, I think that's a good way.
I agree, but I'm wondering the length of the moratorium.
I think that that should be this council's decision. We can make it until further. I think we can make it as long as you think we should make it. If you have a suggestion.
Could you actually explain that in further detail? Because if you're suggesting that those businesses that simply rent out the business and then do not open their stores, do not pay taxes, then so please further elaborate.
So the house can cool off.
Well, I was talking about perhaps encouraging folks to open a business and not have that level of risk worrying about the taxes for some time.
Because the last 2 days it was colder outside than it was.
May I modify your proposal then?
Is it a modified? I just thought we would put a moratorium on the taxes until we deem that we should have them put back in place.
It's essentially already a thing, Your Honor. At this time, the realtors do not charge us taxes until we tell them that we're opening.
I see. Are you against then?
I suppose I'm confused then on your proposal.
So, I think, I think about how we do. How do we stimulate more businesses or encourage others to open more businesses within liquor stuff? And one of my concerns is things like how do we stimulate getting new like cafes and inns and things like that.
I was hoping that my business proposal and reduction of business taxes was going to do such a thing.
Well, I mean, I don't think I could reduce it any lower than 0, I suppose.
I have vegetarian lasagna.
Okay.
Since we got Alan won't be here Monday, so that gives us some time to eat it. What are you doing, Ron?
Would you excuse me for a moment, please? Can we take a brief recess while I go to the little judge's room?
Of course.
Maybe 5 minutes. Thank you. I do appreciate the council taking their time. Now shall return post haste. Let's just take a 5-minute recess and we will return.
You know, we could probably use a pitcher of coffee when we're doing this. just, you know, a thing.
Brown,
Yes, Councilwoman.
would you mind clarifying the current program since I seem to have been misinformed?
Dr. Graymore, can you take me down so I can hear her clearly, please?
Of course, give me just a moment. Excuse me, gentlemen.
When the judge gets back, I'm going to yield some of my time to you. So if you could explain the current program since I seem to be misinformed.
Yes, ma'am, you are. Miss Victoria, Mr. Belmont, and I have agreed that giving folks 2 or 3 days to move their equipment and whatnot into their shop is reasonable, especially determining by the day of the week. So if someone comes up on Friday excited to get started with their business, we don't begin to record the tax until such time as, we frequently will visit and check on them. Once they're ready, then we let them know. So sometimes it's a day because they get set up very quickly like Mr. Leonidas did. Other times it's a couple of days like it was with you. Marie and Lady Celeste was, I believe, 2.5 days, and we spoke with them and they were ready to go. As soon as the supply was on site for them, that's when everything was pushed forward, so to speak. The Dockmore sisters have been paying rent on their business to us. Well, even though I don't believe they've opened yet.
Would you mind explaining that again once the judge gets back and we can yield you some time?
I don't have a problem with that. But we should probably wait down by the stairs, Dr. Graymore. I just didn't want to go up and down the stairs with my back like this.
Of course. Karen, could you bring the chair down below for me, please?
I can stand long enough for the judge to get back up, I promise.
We don't know how long he's going to be, so let's bring the chair down. That way you can sit.
And did you call her Karen?
I said Miss Gardner. There we are.
I feel moderately ridiculous, but thank you.
A doctor's orders you're supposed to be resting, so.
And all of a sudden, we're a tech server.
I do apologize to the council for taking your time. Can we reconvene now?
Your Honor, I've asked Miss Anastasia from the Realtor's office to come down here and explain their current program, if that's all right.
Oh, yes, of course.
I'd imagine.
Miss Anastasia, whenever you're ready.
Sorry, Councilman. Yes. Your Honor, Councilwoman Quinn was mistaken. The Realtor's office takes into account the fact that some folks purchase their first rental contract in the business district on a Saturday. Oftentimes, Fridays and Saturdays are our busiest days. But as such is the case, we do not demand taxes that first Sunday, as most of the time they don't even have their equipment, let alone a cash register or counter in their shop that first Sunday. Usually, it is a day. I think the longest was 2.5 before business became active. The only exception has been the Darkmoor sisters and their tea parlor, and they have indeed brought us rental fees on their shop since they first took the contract.
Oh, okay. I understand. But I must admit, I am confused because the proposal before this council is to have no business taxes whatsoever until this council decides to reinstate them.
I believe, Your Honor, that the word that confused a lot of folks in the gallery was actually moratorium, to cease and desist, to stop the tax collection entirely. And there were some people who whispered to me about concerns that not collecting the rent on these businesses may affect the Greater Murkystone municipal services. But if there's nothing more, Your Honor, I'd really like to go sit down.
Well, yes, of course. And that is an absolute concern. I do know that one of the council members that wanted to know about the income and expenditures of Murkystone on some kind of
We don't have chat. Okay.
revenue sheet. They are still gathering the numbers together, but I can say with the utmost confidence that we are very much not in the black, in the red, rather. For those that are non-accountant types, that means we are losing money, not gaining money. That being said, in an effort to be able to stimulate the economy some and have more businesses about and have more folks having a reason to go to the business districts, that we wanted to encourage some business to grow. Now, I would say there's only one caveat to what there's only one caveat to what I was saying, and that is the suppliers. I do believe that they should always require that 10 silver deposit. Otherwise, what would stop anybody from just saying, hey, I am a tailor today. I would like a supplier for free.
Hey, Bubbo. Hey, Tonka.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on this measure? I agree with the council. I don't think 10 silver would be very much discouragement at all. It would just show a level of commitment to running that business, I think. Any other council members have a thought on that?
I think it's fine.
My thoughts are more towards the length again. I'm proposing a 1 week on the moratorium itself, should we impose it.
I see. Well, perhaps we can do this, right? We can put a moratorium on the taxes, and then we can discuss it again at our next council meeting to see if we want to continue that moratorium or we want to cancel that moratorium.
I think that's reasonable.
When this moratorium is halted, would the taxes return to their current state, or would we continue voting with my former proposal?
Can you remind me what your former proposal was? I do apologize.
It was a reduction of the business taxes.
Oh, absolutely. I believe that those two things can go side by side. In fact, I think the moratorium is while we figure out what the actual taxes should be.
Because we were going to be voting on that one today, before this moratorium was proposed.
Indeed. Well, do you want to vote on a moratorium, or would you prefer just to vote and discuss lowering the tax?
I think I'd be down for voting for both, Your Honor. A reduction and voting for the moratorium, and when the moratorium is raised, we'd have a reduction as well to return to.
If I may, Your Honor, I would also like to include that in the moratorium, kind business owners who have been paying taxes also see this cease as well, in respects to them paying their taxes before these new developing businesses.
I see. So something like maybe having the taxes that they paid out prorated towards the new taxes? Is that what you're saying?
Sure. At least covering them for the week of moratorium.
Oh, well, I would think that they would be covered for the week after. So, in other words, if we propose a moratorium today and they've paid the taxes for this week, then they do not just lose those taxes. Those taxes that they pay for this week will go towards the first week after the moratorium's lifted.
Precisely.
Yes, I can agree with that. How about all the other council members? Can we at least get some approval or vote on that for those taxes? So the proposal is this: a moratorium, putting a halt or setting aside the taxes for the businesses. Any taxes that are currently paid up for this week, if the proposal is enacted, will go towards the taxes when it is being removed. say that right? Does that make sense to everyone?
Not really. You mean that once the council sets up, that the taxes are going to the rent on the businesses will be collected, that's when folks currently owning a business will resume paying their rent?
Well, that will happen, but so a moratorium is basically just a pause or a setting aside of. So we will be putting a pause on taxes for some time, and then during that time we'll be voting on lowering the taxes altogether. So if you've already paid your taxes and then they're being paused, the taxes you've paid already will go towards that week after we've lifted that moratorium. In other words, you're not going to pay twice. You're just going to pay the one time, and they will be applied once it's lifted.
Can I weigh in, Your Honor?
Absolutely, please. Mr. Gray has the floor.
I apologize. I've heard what you said. It really is very simple. I agree with your moratorium, and we should go with it because of the simplicity of it. We can literally come back in a few weeks after everybody's made some money, determine when to end the moratorium. Over complicating it, it's just going to give everybody a headache. People are going to get confused, and they're going to come back and yell at the council members because apparently we got it wrong. I think a simple moratorium makes perfect sense, or 6 weeks, whatever it is, giving new businesses the chance to gain some type of revenue, and old businesses to also gain lost revenue. It's very simple. I don't see why overcomplicating it is what we have to do. Besides the fact, it is more bookkeeping than we have to do to start doing this and that, and this and that. That's just my opinion, and maybe it may be not the right one, but it's just how I feel some businesses would interpret that. And I yield my time.
Does any other council members wish to express something?
Myself, I agree with Councilman Gray. I feel we're getting far too complicated and into it, and what he said is my sentiment as well. And I believe a lot of businesses have been losing out on a lot of clients and business, and this will also give them time to replenish their revenue and get back on their feet, as well as the new businesses opening. I don't feel we need to overcomplicate it and give ourselves more work to do and more variety.
Anyone else? Very well. So let's have a vote on the first measure. And the first measure is to have a moratorium in the first place to be enacted as of today, which will set aside or put a hold on any and all taxes that are due to the municipality from businesses. Let me start with Mr. LaCroix. How do you vote, yay or nay? Okay, that is a vote for yay. Miss Genevieve.
Yay for moratorium.
Mr. Gray.
Yay for moratorium.
Mr. Roderick.
That is a yay.
Miss Rose.
Yay.
All right, it would see that the yays have it. There will be a moratorium enacted as of today on all taxes on Murkystone businesses. That is not including the 10 silver deposit for a supplier, as that is a separate charge. All right, can you make sure that you have that in the book, Lillian dear? Very good. As for the second measure, lowering the taxes, I do believe that's going to be a matter of some discussion. Miss Rose, since that is your proposal, would you care to lead off on what you're proposing the taxes should be?
Let me find my paperwork again. I thought we'd go over it a little bit later.
Absolutely. Yeah, since this is a delicate matter, I thought we'd just dive right in.
Greetings, everyone. I had proposed that the small shops be reduced from currently at 70 silver per week, reduced down to 50 silver per week. The medium reduced to 80 silver per week. The large reduced to 120 to 130 silver per week. That was my proposal in hopes of getting more people into these businesses. I believe the moratorium in conjunction with this should help, as it should get more people into these stalls, as it will be more appealing to them. They'll see the rent prices along with the moratorium and see that they are more obtainable. And when the moratorium is lifted, they'll understand that these rent prices are affordable for them.
I see. Now, it was made aware to me that there may be some professional services that are looking for offices and that sort of thing, and that business districts may not be suitable for that type of business.
It was an
In the
idea,
event-
Donna.
Yes. And not one that I'm opposed to, mind you. I'm just saying, in that perspective, what would you picture leasing an office like that to be?
Could you explain that?
Well, you've seen your Honor's quarters, have you not?
I've not been in your office, no, Your Honor.
Yeah. Some folks have. It's not very large. It's the size of a room. Small room, small office. Probably about, I don't know. Floor's what, about 3 by 3, something like that? 2 by 3, maybe? No, not very large. Just enough for a desk and a couple chairs and things. If we were to set aside or make some space in the government building here,
Focus!
let's say law offices, places where a counsel needs to talk to their client with some degree of privacy. I don't think it would be fair to other business owners, of course, to provide that for free. However, I think that the fee should be suitable to the size and function, of course. And I was gonna say, knowing that, what would we propose as a charge or a lease or rent on an office like that?
I see. You're talking about providing shops here, office spaces, for, say, attorney offices. Very well.
Precisely.
I'd propose they'd be slightly, since they'd be smaller than the size of a small shop, they'd be between the size of a stall and small shops, approximately 40 silver per week.
40 silver. Okay, so
Just based off of their size, yes, Your Honor.
maybe we can make an office the same size. Would it be overcomplicating things if we made a small office and a medium office? maybe we can set something up and then allow the council to view those things, and then that way they can make a determination on what the value or the valuation of the taxes are.
Perhaps, Your Honor, it would be better for sizing to go for small and large. Eliminate the medium altogether.
No, I think that's a splendid idea. I didn't mean to throw a wrench in your proposal there, Miss Rose, but I was just thinking about it at the time. Might as well throw that in and not have to revisit it later.
Your Honor, before those plans are made, perhaps a questionnaire should be asked among the citizens if those offices are even needed.
Of course. Well, certainly, we could do that. I believe there are some legal professionals. I don't know if there's any in the room here. Anyone in the gallery up there practice law or professional service that might require an office such as this?
Only myself, Your Honor. At least from what I know.
That's how people fail. They assume
Might need a minute.
I'm all powerful. Are you, Tom?
think everybody's having crashing issues right now. What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't even know what you're doing. Just hanging out. I think everybody's having a crashing issue right now. It's okay. Ooh. What is going on? I think Max zoned out on me. Maybe I zoned out on him. I don't know. What is happening in this meeting right now? I'm so confused. Well, people keep DCing, I think is what's going on. Well, people are RPing, they're just text RPing.
do apologize to the council. I must have nodded off. It'll teach me to stay up late reading books, you know? If you could remind me, I think we were just about to take a vote on one of the things.
We were discussing the reduction in the business taxes.
I'll see. Yes, I believe that the proposal was for I think the last thing I heard was offices small and large. That to be looked at, I suppose, or questioned as for the feasibility and suitability for such a thing. So from there, let's just focus on the taxes for now. So the proposal is as stands. Let me see if I read my notes here. Okay, let's see here. I might need new glasses. Fuck, none of my notes stayed. The proposal is that the stalls, I believe it will stay the same. Is that true? I don't have a note on that. I just have
Correct.
Chalk.
The stalls are currently at 30 silver per week, so I thought that those did not need a change. Right now, the smalls that are at 70 silver per week would be reduced down to 50. The mediums, which would be reduced down to 80 silver per week, and the large would be reduced down to, I figured between 120 to 130. Figured the council could decide that.
Well, I don't see any reason to belabor between 10 silver, so the proposal is that stalls will remain the same. Small businesses will be taxed at 50 silver, medium at 80 silver, and large at 120. And this is, of course, after the lifting of any moratoriums on the taxes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Can we, if you'd like to return to your seat, we'll have a vote, Miss Rose, and see if we can get this under our belt moved on. All right. So, Mr. Sebastian, the vote is on the proposal as stated. So, Mr. Lacroix is proposing that we table the discussion on taxes until such time as we decide to lift the moratorium. All right, Ms. Genevieve agrees on that. How about you, Mr. Gray?
I agree. I think it's a smart idea.
Councilor Roderick, what do you say, sir?
I disagree. The time for discussion and decision making is now.
All right, so we have 2 for, and 1 against. Miss Rose?
I feel now is the time, as we brought it up at the last meeting.
Well, it would seem that I am the tiebreaker here. Or am I? Mr. Quiet. We can always revisit if the landscape changes, but it's good, I think, to have something in place. Are we at an impasse then?
We are.
and this is very important.
So we have 3 for holding it off and 3 for passing it now. This is
No,
a conundrum.
We have
I'm
two.
sorry?
2 for discussing now, 3 for not. I just feel with the moratorium it would be us going far into taxes and we have other things to discuss, and I feel like we could revisit this discussion maybe at the next meeting, since we have the moratorium in place.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Genevieve. I do count myself as a member of the voting party, and I am voting for passing it immediately, so just so we have something in place. So that would be 3 to 3.
Sorry, I thought you said you were not included.
No, that was Miss Rose, myself, and Mr. Roderick.
Can
and
I
opposed-
don't mean to cut you off, Your Honor, but perhaps we could hear from some of the people here present, if anyone would care to come forward and share their thoughts, since we are at an impasse.
That is a very good idea.
That is a great idea. Would anyone in the gallery like to step forward and speak their mind on one side or the other?
I don't mind speaking, Your Honor.
Oh, please step to the podium in the center.
I also wouldn't mind speaking for Angelwood Cove, if you would
Very good.
take
Well,
it, Your Honor.
step forward. Please, sir, step to the podium, introduce yourself and where you're from.
My name is Raoul Ball. I am from Tinker's Hollow.
Very good, Mr. Bell. The floor is yours, sir.
Well, my daughter owns prominent clothing and armor in the Tinker's Hollow district, and we do a fair amount of business, but we do also understand that there are other businesses in the district, and feel that a tax relief is definitely something needed to bring in more business, at least for this district and for other districts. And so a proposal bringing the taxes down should be more, in my opinion.
Understood, sir. You do realize that we have already agreed that there will be no taxes collected at this time?
Of course, I do understand that completely, but I meant when the taxes do kick back up. Because, in my opinion, if a shop owner does have more money to give in the long run, then it is good for, well, the district that they are in.
I see. Mr. Lacroix, let me remind you, sir, that the gentleman here has the floor. Is there anything else that you wish to add, sir, in regards to the measure for lowering taxes at this time?
I mean, I think the moratorium is perfect.
But the vote we're at an impasse on is to vote on lower taxes once the moratorium has been lifted. Do you feel that that's something that needs a priority right now or can be discussed at a later time?
I mean, it has been proposed. I think bringing it back up further is probably a better idea. I kind of think discussing it with actual business owners and potential business owners is a better idea.
Very good. Do you have anything else you wish to add, sir? No? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counsel. In your honor.
Was there another gentleman that wanted to come forward?
There
Please
was.
state your name and where you're from, sir.
Stannis Blackwood of Angelwood Cove. Currently, Your Honor and Council, as it stands, the districts that I have seen that have the most shops are Rose Mist and Tinkerers. The other two districts, Devil's Canyon and Angelwood, don't really have any shops. Now if that is because the taxes are too high or people just aren't wanting to open businesses is a different story. Lowering the prices on the businesses as in whole to the price that Council Lady Rose stated is good, but lowering it even further could be more beneficial in the long run. As it stands, though, I feel like the council should vote on it, so that way, after the what was it called again?
The moratorium?
Yes, after that is lifted, there is something already in place, and business can be resumed as normal for the realtors. Instead of them having to wait on the council every Sunday to vote on it.
Yeah, the floor recognizes Miss Genevieve to ask a question.
I don't really have a question for Mr. Stannis. I simply wanted to confirm what I was trying to say. I don't want it to be misunderstood. I am not proposing we don't vote before lifting the moratorium. I'm proposing we spend more time figuring out what exactly is the issue with the businesses during the moratorium and bringing the topic back up, is all. Thank you.
I see. Mr. Stannis, do you have anything you wish to add, sir?
No, that isn't true.
Well, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
There's one thing that I would like to say that I suppose might influence some of our decision making today, and that is that if I recall listening to much of the talk and the speak a few weeks ago, there was a lot of concern about being able to pay taxes for housing, and I think that was born of where the taxes were at the very beginning. And I think one of the reasons that I would be voting to vote on this today is the perception of what the possible taxes might be in the future, and whether or not that is something that is going to convince possible entrepreneurs and business owners not to open a business. Yes, Mr. Gray?
I'd like to help out here. I know some people don't exactly know the intricacies of a moratorium, so I'd like to bring a little bit more light to that. So moratoriums are usually used when we need to get more research to vote for the tax situation now. It would be an uneducated vote, only because we need to see how this moratorium is going to affect all districts. Once we can get the numbers of how it would affect, then we can make an educated decision on what needs to be lowered, what needs to be raised, and what works and what doesn't work. This moratorium is a good research time so that we can go ahead and compare numbers, compare benefits, and compare everything from and to. To vote now would literally be just a waste of time if we're going to change it again after the moratorium. So, there's that. I yield the time.
Thank you, Council. I'll tell you what. Just in the interest of getting through this meeting, and before I have to get my beard trimmed again, I will change my vote, and I am going to vote against voting for the tax measure today. However, the moratorium is in effect, so therefore the effective tax as of today on all businesses is effectively zero. So I think that gives us some time. To be able to figure this out. We can always bring it up at the next council meeting. Now, Mr. Qua, can you please state what the next order of business on the agenda is, please?
We had jumped a bit as far as the list to the business taxes. So the very first thing would be to vote on and ratify the laws and amendments.
Oh, yes.
That is one of the important matters I was very worried about covering tonight.
Yes, perhaps we should go ahead and jump on that. Okay, let me get my glasses snuggled here. Okay, so do we have any amendments that are being proposed for some of these laws? Mr. Lacroix has an amendment to propose. Ms. Genevieve?
I'd like to hear the others first, thank you.
Mr. Gray? Any amendments to the laws that are going to be proposed from your book from last week?
No. I don't have any amendments. You already know where I stand and what I would like to see for some towns. But other than that, what we have now to me sounds fair.
Okay, good. Mr. Roderick, do you have any amendments that you wish to propose?
My thoughts are the same as Councillor Laws. I do believe we should adhere to her advice on the things that are not quite right in the paperwork.
That there's regards to references to license plate and identification paper items. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Very good. So we can talk on that once we get to it in the legal document. Ms. Rose, do you have any amendments that you wish to propose?
I do. There's the loitering one. I believe we should designate what areas are loitering zones and which aren't.
So that loitering should require certain zones.
Indeed, because as is, you could designate any areas loitering, which would mean you could not even sit by the fire.
That was one of my concerns as well. I agree with Councillor Rose.
Do we want to perhaps clarify private property or governmental buildings?
Indeed. I believe I had one more.
Puppy!
Are we still talking about the logistics of loitering, or have we moved into another dynamic of it?
I believe we were still discussing the loitering as to where loitering should be applied, and I think the the proposal was that it is government buildings.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. Can I propose that every business and establishment make their own rules and signs about what's permitted for loitering in and outside? I mean, if we blanket it, I think like some businesses are okay with it, some businesses are not, some houses are okay with it, some are not. Some stores are okay with it, some zones are okay with it. Maybe if each person who's in charge of that zone or that area decides that they don't want their place to be a loitering area, they can go ahead and just put a sign saying no loitering. It could be enforced by the stipularies. I mean, that's just me. Trying to simplify things.
So I believe the proposal for Mr. Gray is that areas that require no loitering should have signage that says no loitering. Therefore, that is the only way that that law could be broken.
I agree.
Ms. Genevieve?
Yes, I agree with both Councillor Gray and Rose, and I believe that Councillor Rose was trying to say essentially the same as well. That is why we want to differentiate private property and government property. Therefore, private property can create their own rules on what they would consider to be a loitering or not, if they mind or care, and government buildings would have a blanket law as made by us.
Very good. I don't think that we have, as a council, jurisdiction over private businesses. I believe that is their right to trespass others as they see fit. I think that only government property would be considered areas for loitering. Now, as far as Murky Stone proper and the streets are concerned, I think that is the area of contention. I think that in order for there to be signage for loitering, I believe that the constabulary needs to consult this council with their proposal as to where and why they feel that the no loitering sign should be placed.
It's, if I may, it's a complicated situation. Mercury Stone District, business district, is practically made for loitering. I mean, every business needs people to be there. It's a really hard situation to navigate when you want to talk about public buildings. Maybe in front of the courthouse, I get it. But a lot of people congregate and meet in these areas to shop, to do business, to work on government contracts or those that are liberal or extended. It's a very murky thing. But private homes and businesses outside of the district, I think that makes more sense because we got bakeries, we have restaurants, we have bars, we have saloons and all these things that could require a more quiet atmosphere to operate. It should still be left to the people on that part and what they feel comfortable for their own personal business outside of the murky district. I yield my time.
Alright, so perhaps we should just stick to our consensus that proper signage needs to be in place in order to enact this law. Are we all okay with that? Is anyone against? I'm gonna take the fast route here. Yes, Miss Genevieve.
I'm unsure what you mean by proper signage, if that still means any property. I think perhaps agreeing on what we would consider to be government buildings would be good before talking about signage such as the constabulary's office or the courthouse.
All I'm saying, to avoid any confusion as to what a government building is or is not, I think if any reasonable person may not know what building they're in, so therefore that any building, government, private, or otherwise, should have a sign that clearly states no loitering in order to enact a no loitering law.
Understood.
Ms. Is anyone in disagreement with this?
I'm not.
All right. So what I will do here is I will modify or amend this loitering law to state intentionally. It'll state intentionally standing or waiting idly by without apparent purpose.
I believe your voice cracked there, Judge.
Your Honor.
Yes.
May I call the legal authority, an attorney down to help clarify this for the council?
Yes. Just allow me, while that gentleman's coming down, allow me to read what the amendment that I have in my book is. And it states loitering is an infraction intentionally standing or waiting idly by with no apparent purpose in plain sight of a no loitering sign placed and approved by Murkystone Council. Yes, you bring in your legal professional.
My God, this is ridiculous.
Mr. Stannis, you have the floor, sir.
There's one thing I am seeing a problem with this, and it's the wording. Miss Rose and me had talked about some of the laws to get clarification for her. The problem with the way that the loitering law is written right now, which you have done an excellent job, Judge, in clarifying, which I feel like a lot of the other council members may have missed out on, is the without apparent purpose. If I can break that down, it is simple of, if you are in the constabulary's office, standing around talking to somebody with no apparent purpose other than you're talking to them, that applies loitering. But if you are there to talk to a constabulary to make a report or to file some paperwork, there's your reason. As for what classifies a government building, in my opinion, there is only three. The constabulary's office, the building that we are currently in, and the hospital. Now, you could make those no loitering zones, period, outright, even without the signage, by saying that those loitering zones apply to the front steps of those buildings, as well as inside of them. The hospital is a little bit more iffy, but even then, it's very simple. As for private businesses, those, they need their customers. Yes, certain businesses may want it to be a no loitering, but what if somebody is window shopping? That doesn't seem to be an apparent reason. That's all.
Miss Genevieve, you had your hand raised.
Yes. I, with all respect, Mr. Stannis, I don't believe there was a misinterpretation, but rather we are talking about law enforcement, not the court, and each constabulary will be subject to interpreting these laws the way that they personally see them. That means they could have any reason for saying someone has no good reason for standing somewhere. It depends upon the constable. Therefore, I wanted something a bit more clear, because these laws are subject to interpretation by the ones enforcing them. I want to make sure we protect citizens from those interpretations.
I agree, but no matter what you try to pass, it will always be up to interpretation. You cannot make laws that are 100% concrete. There are always loopholes to them.
I have to agree with Council Stannis here. That is why I have a job. Mr. The Crocs, you had your hand up too.
Yes, yes. Perhaps, just an idea, we leave the amendment for loitering to purely concern governmental buildings and add a further amendment to trespassing for private property, whether houses or businesses, that if the owner clearly states for someone to depart their private property and that person does not within time frame of immediacy, then they are trespassing. Would that help or just make things more complicated?
Well, I don't want to. That is a separate law altogether. So I don't want to confuse the two matters. Now, as for what Mr. Stannis was saying, the key part of that law is no apparent purpose. Now, as Mr. Stannis pointed out, if someone's standing in a window shopping, that is one thing. That actually is a purpose. However, if you own a business and you have folks that are just sitting outside by a bench and they're constantly talking and chatting and bickering and you're trying to conduct business inside your place of business, then they are being disruptive. Right? What would we call that? I would call that loitering. You don't have any apparent purpose other than to be standing there talking to somebody else. That's why I think in order to make things very clear is why I added in plain sight of a no loitering sign. That way you can't say, well, I didn't see the sign. Well, the constable can say, well, it is right there. What's your purpose here? If you don't have a purpose, move along.
One clarifying question. My apologies. Are we suggesting that this loitering amendment for private property and in general affect areas around the businesses as well, not just inside?
No. Loitering, loitering in itself is standing around with no apparent purpose. Now, the primary purpose of this law might be to inhibit criminals that might be casing places or things like that they wish to rob, or people they wish to rob, or pickpockets, or ne'er-do-wells, or people that want to mug someone. But businesses are able to trespass anyone. It is their private property, so therefore they can call the constabulary and trespass anyone they wish. That's what I'm saying. It's a separate matter altogether. I mean, unless someone has another proposal that is better, clearer, then, look at the sign. It says no standing here, and you're standing here. I don't see it.
Your example mentioned what I understand to be a public bench outside of a business. Would two people sitting there and talking about random things be subject to loitering?
Well, that would depend if there was signage there, and the signage would not be there unless it's approved by this council. So you're not going to get signs that are just going to say, well, I don't like this person and they always sit here, so I'm just going to put a sign, no loitering sign here, and I'm going to get them thrown out. That is not going to work. It is going to take standing before this council and convincing us to place a sign there. That is what's going to put a sign there. This council is the last and final say on those things, not individuals.
I agree with you. Sorry, I was catching a cramp raising my hand for so long. I think that you are completely right. And I'm going to sound like such a butt saying this, but it's a lawyer's job to find loopholes. It's not his job to make laws. It's his interpretation. It's our job as a council to be making these laws as we see it fit within our group setting, as we are the ones in charge of our districts. All I'm saying is, if you leave it up to the people, their businesses, and our private situations, putting our own signs of loyalty makes a lot of sense. Instead of trying to dissect language that really shouldn't be over analyzed when it's really as plain as day. We need to make sure that we're looking at what we're about to say, because sometimes I feel like we are going in a infinite circle trying to figure out who we can outwit with our words when it's super simple. Let the people decide if for their businesses and private areas, if something is considered loitering. Bring it to the council, we'll look at it, and if approved, we'll put a sign there. Usually that's how it works in every part of the world. We shouldn't try to fix something that isn't broken. I use my time.
So, does anyone have anything to add to this, or any reason why we shouldn't accept this new loader law as amended and proposed? What I'd like to do is vote on this as a whole, so that we're not voting 20,000 times. All right, very good. Moving along, Mr. LaCroix, you had your hand up for.
Yes. Pardon. Can you read the finalized amendment, please?
Yes, of course. The finalized amendment reads as such. Loitering. It's an infraction, PC 2608, intentionally standing or waiting idly without apparent purpose in plain sight of a no loitering sign placed and approved by Murkystone Council.
Thank you.
Very good. Do we have any other laws that need amending? Mr. LaCroix.
I would like clarification on the subject of criminal threats.
Criminal threats. Well, let me bring that up for the edification of the council.
Dolly's like, how can you
Threats,
stand to want to do this as your
misdemeanor,
job?
PC 2111. Any person who willfully utters a threat to commit a crime which will result in death or bodily injury to another person.
I would like to clarify, does that mean that any threats that do not include physical violence are not illegal?
Well, it says any threat of a crime, so therefore that means that if it's illegal to harm another person, then yes.
Well, it says any threat to commit a crime which will result in death or bodily injury. So if death and bodily injury are not included, other types of threats, economic or mental or harassment, are those permitted?
Oh, I thought harassment was its own different law. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought there was a law that covers harassment.
There is.
Yeah.
So it would not fall into the same law. That would be a different law that would fall under. See, this law is written this way for simplification. Otherwise, I would have called it menacing, but this one works.
All right. I have more things, but you may want to ask other people, so you're not the only one talking. But I do have a few more things to go
Mr. Roderick, you had your hand raised, sir? Did you still wish to speak to something?
Mr. LaCroix, actually, he clarified what I wanted to know.
Ah, very good. Does anyone else have any other laws that they wish to have amended or clarified or revisit?
I do think we need to establish what happens to our mental patients. I do understand we are having some sort of institution built, but there are no laws written in our current laws about when someone should be remanded there or how long.
Isn't that a doctor's discretion for medication and prescription?
Isn't that for...
I believe that is more a question of sentencing and mitigation, less than definition in a criminal in a criminal statute. Mr. Stannis, are you still here in the council chamber?
I am, Your Honor.
Would like to step forward and address the council, Pep, and give us your legal interpretation of this?
Of which law?
There is not a law in particular. When you get down here, we'll tell.
Okay. Judge, might I approach as well? I'm Wimbledon Greymore of the Mookystone Hospital. I'm the local therapist.
Yes, of course.
I thought we were discussing amendments first. We're sort of jumping ahead.
I don't know if we had any more amendments, did we?
Yes, we did.
Well, I asked if we had any more amendments, and no one spoke.
No. Dr. Lacroix said that he has more, but he doesn't want to be the only one speaking.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can at least satisfy Mr. Roderick's question here, and then move back onto an amendment. Mr. Stannis, in respect to a law, I don't know if there would be any law in particular defining what is and is not mental incompetence. That is more judgment of a judge and a court. Would you agree?
I would, Your Honor.
Very good.
The problem with it, if I can speak on it.
Please step forward and address the council, sir.
If you were to put a law in place, let's say a blanket one, however that is worded, multiple people could fit it, but it, to me, would more so be which people are acting upon it, rather than if they fit those criteria. It is a hard thing to do, period. But I do feel like Dr. Greymore could give a little bit more insight.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Dr. Greymore, would you please approach the council?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. So, I have been
speak.
Go ahead, sorry.
I did not mean to interrupt you. I was just going to ask if you would like to speak briefly on this matter.
Yes, so I have been working on getting asylum set up in the hospital just in case we have any patients that might need long-term mental health care. Dr. Lacroix and I have been collaborating on said matter. I need to speak with the chief constable once he returns about going over laws and regulations to ratify into law. So as of yet, we have not had any time to do that as he is currently traveling.
Understood. Well, I would say that the court will perhaps utilize your services as a professional witness, and we can voir dire you at that time.
They're rolling fortitude and willpower over here. I'm gonna get a drink. This is crazy.
I do believe it will suffice for now.
Can I address Mr. Roderick for a closing statement on this issue?
Sure.
Typically, the way I would see the legal process going is if there are legal proceedings, the constabulary will call on expert doctors to diagnose a patient, and should they be found mentally unstable or criminally insane or some such that might lead to institutionalization in the asylum, then the doctor will provide the diagnosis, and it'll be up to the legal entity, the legal body, the court, to decide whether that patient should be institutionalized.
I think that is a rather comfortable way to do it.
Mr. Gray.
So, listening to everything that has been brought forth on this topic, I do believe that Dr. Wimbledon, being the local therapist, would be important, paramount, even when it comes to discussing this topic even further. I say this because he would be called into question if somebody needs to be tested for mental competency to hold court, right? It is one of those situations where cases can be prolonged. Things can take a long time. But ultimately, I believe that it'll be up to the hospital, practicing doctors, the severity of the crime and the severity of the situation. I don't think that right now, until this institution is complete and we have actual situations going, and I know this may sound out of practice, but we just don't have enough information yet. We don't have any variables. We don't have any numbers. We don't have anything to compare anything to. So to put a law right now of holding times and a law about what's allowed and what isn't, it's something that we need to do an in-depth investigation with the local doctors so that it suits everybody's needs, the constabularies for justice, the people for their family and what needs to be done, and of course, what's good for the person being requested for a mental institution. We need to evaluate this. This is not a simple, let's be satisfied with whatever happens now. Something like this needs a few weeks. I yield my time.
Very good. If I can, for just to kind of, for brevity's sake and to keep this moving along, Mr. McQueen, whatever other amendments you have, would you please state them now so we can get through them?
Yes, sir. On the topic of animal cruelty.
Is that what we were talking about?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, Fall.
I should like to see the word intentionally stricken, as we live in a city surrounded by nature and the outdoors, and we are often called on to either defend ourselves when going beyond the city, or even chase away predators from the edges of town. Maliciously, I think, is enough to cover the concept of cruelty and unnecessary violence. But there is often intention, unfortunate perhaps, but necessary.
Does anyone else second that?
I do.
Is anyone opposed to changing that amendment?
Can we get the full definition of the new amendment, please?
I believe it is just that intentionally will be stricken, therefore it will read as such. Allow me to find it here in our book. Animal cruelty, still looking, is a misdemeanor.
No, I am not planning this right now.
Maliciously
Absolutely not.
wounds or kills an animal.
I don't point this out to you right now. We won't have the option.
Oh my God.
Does it need to be other than
that
this?
was brought
Because
up
that would be the
because
weekend
we
that we
do
have
often
her before
get
the end of
barraged
her
by
vacation.
animals when we're
Are you
leaving
talking
our
about
homes,
that's
and
summer? We're talking about winter.
Well,
okay. I'm verifying that that's not acceptable.
Can I just say we should just strike that
What does
whole
she wanna
amendment completely, just wipe it out? Because if we get into that, we're going to be another 8 hours.
If we were going to go to
Then
the
that's just my
Dells,
opinion. Because most people, when they kill the animal, they just harvest it, take its skin, eat its meat, and use the bones for bone
Well,
meal.
it wouldn't be Christmas
I think we
vacation.
should
It'd be
just
some
strike it.
random weekend.
Very good. So there's a proposal to strike it altogether, Miss Rose.
Can we just instead say outside of self-defense?
Well, what about hunters and people that make a living doing so?
Outside of self-defense within the city boundaries.
I see.
Does anyone else have a strong opinion on the matter?
Because as is, let's say if you remove the rule, then you could go around killing, let's say, the horses, the constabulary's horses, and there'd be no punishment for such a behavior.
I disagree with that. That would be damaging of public officials' merchant situations. That's like actually vandalizing and destruction of public property. Animals are property. We all know that, right?
I have a biased opinion. I quite have many pets. I think they're friends, but I'll abstain.
We're talking about non-pets though. We're talking about things out there. It could be caribou, elephants.
I have a pet
anything.
mouse, Councilmember Gray.
One that you don't have an emotional connection with, Councilmember Quinby. Let me be more specific. It is a waste of, I really believe, of our resources to even contemplate that. There are people who eat, who hunt, who have businesses. If you start analyzing everybody who's killing an animal, you will lose your mind, and it's a waste of constabulary efforts and resources. It's our job to look at that, and if we have to, we can, but it'll be a long debate. If you want to filibuster it, you can go ahead and do it, but I already think it's a mute point. It should be stricken.
That's why I think it should say outside of city boundaries and include the words in self-defense.
Very well. I would agree with Rose not taking it out entirely, but her amendment of it.
Now I'd like to make that modification. All right, so the amendment as reads as such. Animal cruelty is a misdemeanor. Maliciously wounds or kills an animal outside of city limits.
You mean inside city limits?
Within city limits.
Oh, within.
What is this fucking meeting? This is so crazy.
I'd like to refuse and strike that. And if I have to filibuster for it, I will. I will take up all of our damn time. It is a waste of resources. And as a government official, and as a government counsel, I have my right to filibuster.
Councilmember Gray feels that this law entirely could cause a big headache, which I don't entirely disagree, so we're discussing. Because there are a lot of animals within cities, districts.
Which is why I propose for self-defense within city districts, within city boundaries. If you're being attacked, kill the animal.
I see two viewpoints here. One, the people's view, I suppose, or the hunter's view. If something is opportune and it is wanted in the wrong place and it is useful to you, then by all means, it was never a crime before. At the same time, I don't think people should be allowed to just attack our animals that we use on a daily basis. The self-defense agreement, I think, is the best way to go around it, as it covers everything. hard thing to say that whether we should or we shouldn't, but I really. I use my time. We're going in circles.
Exactly. It is a waste of resources.
I think that people are misunderstanding animal cruelty for hunting, and that's something entirely separate.
Yes, yeah.
I tend to agree with those. I made the initial amendment because we need to enable hunting as self-defense. Heaven knows, Tinker's Hollow is getting encroached more and more by wolves. But at the same time, I would not wish to strike it entirely at all, because animal cruelty is a horrible thing that I wish to see discouraged, if at all possible.
Yes, I do not wish to see people's horses murdered. My rhinoceros, someone could come up and say, oh, I was hunting, I wanted the resources of your rhinoceros. Well, it's owned. I paid a lot of money for that rhino. There are many different... Go on, council member.
I was going to say that, again, that would be destruction of property. Because I know how you would feel emotional connection to it, but it's still property. And I'm not trying to make anyone upset about it, but we're talking council member situations. I understand your connection to it, it's family. But in the eye of the law, it's property. And you have to just think about that. And I don't think anyone's going to go attack your rhinoceros because that would be dumb of them. And that's not common sense. I think we need to look at it that it is a waste of resources. Because if we have a murder and then also someone's killing a rabid dog, are we going to stop the murder investigation to protect a rabid dog being murdered? I mean, I know you don't like the way this sounds, but common sense sometimes hurts people's feelings. And we have to think about it. We need to think about the resources that we don't have and we're going to extend for something that really shouldn't even matter.
Which is why
Again.
my proposal was in self-defense within city limits. That's why if a rabid dog attacks you, you have the right to put it down. If her rhinoceros attacks you, you can put it down. If her rhinoceros is not harming you and you injure it, you are now liable for the injury of her rhinoceros. But if it did not harm you, now you have damaged it, and you are now liable for damages to it.
I see where Mr. Gray is coming from, but on the one hand, lack of resources in our enforcing organization should not lead to fewer laws, it should lead to a support of the enforcing organization. And in addition, I do not wish to see stray dogs and cats butchered in the street for fun or sport. There are children in the city. And there's no need for undue and unnecessary cruelty to anything.
May I interject here a little bit as a judge and interpreting this law? I think we're all missing the primary wording and verbiage on this law, and that is the word cruelty. It's not saying thou shalt not kill any animals. It's saying just don't be cruel about it. So perhaps we could just add that language into the law. Maliciously and cruelly murders, wounds, or kills an animal.
Okay.
By that, then can I just shoot someone's horse in the face?
That's destruction of property.
That is their private property, miss.
And malicious.
It's like I said, counselor. I know you don't want to believe it, but your animals and your home, they're all property. Your family to you, but to the law, they're property. So you got to get through that language in order to understand what's being proposed here, or trying to be struck down here in my situation.
Yes. So, allow me to make a note here in this law on adding cruelty, as that is the nature, spirit, and intention of this law. Not that you cannot kill animals, but rather, if you do, don't be mean to them.
Yes, don't be mean.
Sorry, my silence is just abstaining. I am attempting to do as Councillor Gray has given advice.
I'm gonna salt my sandwich before I eat it. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Feelings over the wedding. I understand.
So I have amended the law to state animal cruelty
This
is a
is
misdemeanor
so
in
fucking
which one
ridiculous.
maliciously and with cruelty
So ridiculous.
wounds or kills an animal within city limits. Does anyone have a problem with that as it's amended?
Tell my horse got an ugly ass.
I'm for the sake for hurrying this shit up. No, for the sake of this council and everyone's time, I will not filibuster this. If you feel that is the correct way, Judge, with all your years of wisdom and everything, then I will agree. But let it be known to this council, I'm not afraid to filibuster
My
something
horse
that I
has
feel
an
strongly
ugly
for.
face.
And while I don't really care about the animal situation, we need to really think harder when it comes to making such amendments. And I yield my time before anybody looks at me with really bad eyes.
Oh my
Mr.
god.
LaCroix, you have another amendment that you wish to propose?
Absolutely, sir.
Of course you do. What is it?
In the counts of harassment and grand theft, there are mentions of. I request that the amounts mentioned in dollars be changed, as we are not in the US, and these numbers do not correlate very well to sovereigns.
Oh, don't worry about that, Mr. LaCroix. That will be at my discretion. That those punishments, I believe that those are just maximums.
Okay, 10,000 is a lot of money. But yes, in any case, I do have more.
Well, let's hear them. Does anyone else have any amendments that they wish to propose?
Run for council, Dev. Yeah, run for council, Dev.
I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut for the. No.
There's so many people who are just like,
What
ah.
do you have next, sir?
Hold on, I'm looking for it.
Pulls out the stack of giant ass paper.
Yes, here it is. On the count of disobeying a peace officer.
That was what I was about to ask.
Yes. This sort of ties into an overarching issue that we haven't been able to resolve since Citurello hasn't been around since the last meeting. But for there to be a definition of lawful order, we need to finalize the conduct that is allowed to the constabulary. Otherwise, the term lawful order is a very vague one. At least to me, I'm not a law professional.
Miss Genevieve, you have your hand raised.
Yes, my question was going to be about that. I wish to have you, Judge, perhaps define, besides the wording, what you believe is a lawful order. And also, what exactly is the consequence currently stated there? I wasn't understanding for disobeying a lawful order.
I believe the initial infraction is a certain amount of sovereign coin and a number of days or hours time served. Now, what counts as a lawful order is any order given to you by a peace officer. It is not, in my opinion, my legal opinion, the place or the jurisdiction of one to decide for themselves what is and is not a lawful order. If you feel that the order is not lawful, well then you have the avenues open to you to then take that individual officer to court and to stand before me and argue as to the merits or non-merits.
Miss
of
Dolly
that
admitting
order
she's a
and
bully
your
as well.
case.
She leans over. It's Miss Murder.
surely there are some
Dolly, like, I'm not a
factors and
bully.
principles
I'll just
that
kill you. And she
are to
doesn't
be
kill,
followed.
or
I
does
assume you'll
she?
be using some to define what a lawful order is and what is not.
Yes, I will, but I'm a
Rebecca,
judge.
Stan is not understanding. I'm asking for a definition for others to understand.
One is up to the judge for themselves what is and is not applicable to them by a constabulary.
Certainly, but at least the constabulary, in its internal
All I can think is
information
stab
and
with the
training,
constabulary.
should have a course on what constitutes a lawful order and what and when they are allowed to order the people to do.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you, sir, but I believe that falls outside.
So part of the
the
issue
nature
is
of this law.
the only people you need to make sure understand are the people in the council,
Yes,
not the
that's why I
people in the
didn't
gallery. Because the
necessarily
council is the
suggest an
group
amendment, more so
that you have to get on board.
clarification
You're
of the title to
representing, and when you finally pass laws and such, you need to make sure it's
conduct
published
of
in a way that people understand. Oh
That's
my
fine.
god, I didn't realize
Yes,
how
of course.
quickly
If
I
I
got
was
drunk.
to give you an example, if the constabulary tells you to step off the sidewalk, you should step off the sidewalk. Now, if you felt that order was given without proper use of the law, it is your right to contest that in a court of law, but not at the time the order is given, because you may not know for what reason that order was given.
Very good.
Do we have any other amendments that we need to discuss? Oh, this silence is golden. Oh, Mr. Gray, do not.
I'm not the not me. Not I, Syndicate.
Okay,
I'm not
Mr.
sure if it
Spock,
would
you have
be an
another one?
amendment. I'm not sure if it would be an amendment, sir, or a separate but somewhat related issue. But since we are codifying a law, I should like to mention that since its opening, the Merkystone General Hospital has been operating under a not particularly strict but very specific set of regulations, both for visitors, one for visitors and one for staff. These were passed down by the owner of the hospital, and to my understanding, up until now, they were the rules to be followed in the hospital, and to break them could result in legal action. Since we are codifying law now, I should like to see these regulations ratified.
So you want to see hospital regulations codified into law for the overall
Oh
council?
my god. No, my god.
Oh, I figured it is a subject that should be brought up.
Your hair is so
because
long, girly.
Someone might say,
Looks
"Oh,
good."
I don't need to follow these. They're not in the law."
Miss Rose?
Would that not just
Do you want me to pull it forward for you?
simply just trespassing? Maybe just, do we need to have governmental laws for the hospital, or could that just be standard trespassing laws since it's its own establishment?
I would agree with Rose. That's trespassing in my mind. You tell them to leave if they can't follow your rules.
If that's what the council thinks, that works for me.
I concur. I don't think that the council has the legal dexterity to reflect changes in such policies over time as the hospital itself would be. Mr. Gray, did you have something you wanted to add?
Shit. Yeah, a little bit.
It's 8 minutes.
on the right time?
There's 8 minutes.
There's such a
I don't
big,
think either of them are burned yet. They're fine.
hospital, man. It's such a gray area at times. Headmaster of the hospital has every right to say who's allowed in during operations and visiting hours, and
So you get your
and what is loitering and what isn't, what is trespassing and what isn't. Trespassing is usually conducted when the person that owns or controls the establishment wishes for someone to leave. They refuse, the constabulary comes, and then it is given an order of trespassing, right? So it's like one of those things. Do we want to start passing laws for the hospital that for the most part,
I'm gonna
can be
set it up
seen
so
as an
people can
independent entity. It's just one of those things where we need more time to see if it's important enough, and I'm sorry to say that, to pass government regulations within it when the doctors and the headmaster should be able to do himself with enough respect from the constabularies to know that he means the best for the whole staff and murky citizens within his walls. But again, more things we have to research and give more time to. I yelled.
Indeed. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Because I
do
figured
think that
letting
over
people kind of
time,
look
as
at
we
the
see how
stuff.
these laws, once they're enacted, we can always revisit specific laws and not have to discuss them as a whole, not taking up, all the time we need. But, of course, can't blame you, can't blame you for wanting a clarification. Now, do we have any other amendments? No? A no from Mr. LeQuy?
I don't believe so.
I can make that a yes real quick, Jazz, if you want.
No.
Coffee break. I called for coffee break.
I mean, it's your heart, sir. I can leave the room and leave you with the council, other council members. I'm sure they will.
I am satisfied.
Very good. Well, we have made all the amendments, and I would like to propose that we adopt all the laws as stated in the book with all included new amendments. That will be recorded and handed out to all the council members as a finalized legal document. Let's see, Mr. LeQuy, what do you say, sir? Yay or nay?
Yay.
Miss Genevieve?
Yay.
I'm not setting this whole up. It's going to take a
Mr.
minute.
Gray?
Then I'm just trying to...
Yeah.
Why is everyone laughing?
Yeah.
Because that's the way they face in the game. Setting up like this.
Miss Rose?
Oh, yay.
And I'm going to say yay, because that part's over. It has been formally adopted.
No,
the laws
it's
and
not.
rules of
The
Mercury
dragon
Stone.
stays
We
in.
will, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
Woman's on the wrong side. Got it.
We are going to adopt this book. I will make sure that everyone gets a copy, and I'll make sure that the old copies are taken off the table.
Match the starter dragons.
And then we have the new copies placed on.
Match the
Miss Lacroix, what do we have on the agenda next? Hopefully something quick.
Do me, please. Do me first. Do me first.
Please, phrasing. Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant my proposal. I meant.
The next thing was Sterling's proposal, but I'm assuming since he's not here that we're just going to not do that.
This is the second council meeting that Mr. Sterling has not been to. Does anyone know of his whereabouts or where he might be?
Your Honor, I received word from Lady Acosta today that their family is returning to London, so I believe he would probably be going with them, since he's their butler.
Oh, well. Then I would seem that we would have to hold yet another special election to replace his seat. Very well. Okay, so we can skip over that proposal. What do we have next there, Mr. Clark?
Building regulations.
Building regulations. Remind me what that was. Wasn't that a proposal from
Yes. It was a joint proposal, Judge. I believe Miss Lenore started it, and then it sort of evolved into something else, as I stated that certain individuals were sort of disrespecting agreed upon housing rules, and we should agree upon those here all together as a council, so we can hold those accountable that do not have the appropriate housing, let's say. I received a lot of letters of complaint about specific homes and the way that they were constructed within certain districts, and I believe that these housing regulations should be stated here and agreed upon here, so there is no question.
If I'm reading Miss Lenore's discussion on the housing regulations, says that she will vote in favor if the supervision of these regulations is handled by an independent regulatory board or by the realtor's office. If it's handled by the constabulary or counselors, then I vote against. Well, I don't understand how you would have any kind of how would you reinforce such a law if you don't have the constabulary or the council involved?
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
I have just a quick request. Could we also maybe have a realtor come down to speak on these issues, since they deal with it on a regular basis?
I think that's a great idea. Are there any realtors in the gallery that would wish to speak on the matter?
Your Honor.
It's not super complicated.
Yes,
Basically,
please
you
come
go to
down
one
here
of the
to,
shops, you
Miss
either
Dr.
enchant
Greenwald,
it, which makes the shop better, or you run it, basically, or gather, which pays yourself, and then you can fire a dragon if you run it. If you enchant it, you can fire all the dragons. Right?
Yes, so I am one of the constituents of Angelwood.
You're
Cove
either
that brought
adding a dragon to it, or you're adding
Councillor
an
Genevieve's
enchantment to it.
attention,
And then, you know, they're
buildings
progressively
in Angelwood
generating
Cove
more and
that
more
are, from my
stuff.
understanding, that
And
of
as you
the
do stuff, you're
original
trying to earn
statutes
the
that I
hard
read,
point.
Outside of the bounds of the appropriate building, which is causing a lot of the constituents in Angelwood Cove to have headaches and also have trouble with certain movement around the city.
I see. Very good. So you feel it falls outside of it falls out of the regulations that we had stipulated and put forth at the beginning of this venture?
Of course, yes, Your Honor. And the problem is it's a bit of a sensitive nature of the person's house in question.
And why is that, sir?
The house belongs to one of the councillors.
Yes, sir. The house is Miss Monroe's.
Well, that would certainly explain why she did not want the council to have authority over the enforcement of regulations. Very good, Dr. Graymore, thank you.
Of course, Your Honor.
Where was that song voice coming from?
That was Miss Anastasia. Victoria Rose is helping her up here now. She's currently healing from an injury. I am escorting her as her medical professional. She wanted to attend the council meeting, so.
I see. Well, take your time, dear, but please make your way up here to the center.
Miss Rose, please join me. You have information, Miss McCartney. Council members, Your Honor, yes, this is Victoria Rose. She is indispensable to the real estate office of the municipality of Murphystown.
Come here.
Very good. How do you do?
Good. How are you?
Okay.
Oh, I am just dandy.
Shuffle each of these 6, take one out of each of these. Because we're making
so I
the
believe
game.
there's some questions
So,
in place as to
flip the 7 piles face down and separately shuffle them. Take one card from each of the good shops pile and four cards from the 7th pile.
Codify them into law.
Should be 10 cards.
Your Honor, is that a question for us, the council, or the guild?
I would say everyone.
2, 3, 4.
Can we just
And
say
then
that
these all
this
need to
is
be shuffled
common
together.
sense?
Your
Remove
Honor,
artisan
yes,
decks. Remove 6 dragons from this.
All right. I suppose, in your opinion,
I'm trying to set it up so that you can look at your stuff and all the stuff on the table, because the setup is the hard part, I think, from this.
Your Honor, if the council would indulge, I would request the real estate office in conjunction with the constabulary, and then before your court, handle such matters at an expedited rate, as we have a number of matters that we have not been able to attend to, and citizens of Murkystone are definitively concerned about them.
Okay.
Okay,
With the
that's our
support of
deck.
the court system,
So
I
this
believe that
sits
these matters
here.
could be discreetly and with
These
courtesy
can all go
be
away
handled.
then. Because those are the 10 other shops that we make. So you get.
That being the case, in order to have some matter of dexterity in these emergent issues, the proposal then would be for the court and the constabulary to handle any adherence to regulations and standards for the safety of the townsfolk and folk of Murkystone.
Was that proposed by the council, Your Honor?
I'm making that proposal to the council, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, sir. I was confused for a moment.
So, the proposal before you is that any kind of regulatory standards do not need to go through the council, per se, but rather go through the court and constabulary in issuing a warrant after review of said evidence of breach, and then for the constabulary to effect repair and or replacement until such building has come into standards. How is that for the council? Is that suitable? Is anyone opposed to that? All right. Like I said, silence is... Yes.
I have no opposition.
Excellent. Very good. So, we will say that that measure has been passed and that these buildings that are out of standard and conduct and code will be put forth in front of the judge, which time judgment will be made and effective repairs will be enacted and enforced. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Brown?
No, Your Honor, I was just wondering if the council had any questions or instructions for us.
Does anyone have any questions or instructions for the realty office?
I simply wish to state that you are all doing an amazing job, and we appreciate you.
Very good. Well, Miss Brown, I do hope you recover quickly, and please do stay off your feet.
I am abiding my doctor's instructions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very good. Okay,
Leave that one. See it.
I have followed Dr. Middleton's instructions, and I do not appreciate being spoken to like that in front of the
I'm
council, please.
kidding, Miss Brown. I'm kidding. But doing better.
Miss LaCroix, what do we have next on the agenda?
Council term length.
Council term lengths. Well, seeing as how we're already having
So
a
from
bit
your
of,
blue cards, you get 2, you pick
attrition
1, you
here
put the
in
other one back.
council, perhaps we can table that for the next council meeting. What do you all think?
Agreed.
Here, here.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Very good. Okay, so let's table that for the next meeting. What's next?
I'll go get
Council pay.
So you get 2 of these, you pick
Council
1, put the other one
All
back.
right, so
Okay?
it's been proposed for council pay. There is a proposal to have council be paid for certain things and then no pay at all, as it is a voluntary position in which we are working for our constituents.
I'm not playing this, I was just.
Since we have a quorum
So
here,
that's
I
your
think we can
hand, you can
vote.
look at them.
Does anyone want
These
to
are
open
the
the
starting
floor
deck.
with discussion on a pro or a con, or whether we should or should not get paid?
I have a pro. Your Honor, I can bring that to the council.
I'm gonna
I'll be
play
concise.
open hand, I think, the first turn, or first game.
All right. I'm gonna start talking before I even get to the podium. Hello, everyone. I really think we should. The amount of thought that we have to the homework we have to do, the amount of time that we spend here, and the amount of headaches and bridge nose rubbing that we have to do here, I really believe that is just a regular common practice to compensate time to public servants. I mean, there are other places in the world where just being in the same building can cost you a lot of money. I guess you have to take away time from something to make time for something, and that is
I'm gonna take your foot.
first rule of
I'm gonna
alchemy.
shove it up
Like,
your butt.
you know, you just
Your butt.
can't make anything out of anything, of nothing. You have to take away something to make something. And our time is valuable as citizens as well. Not only are we here for the council, but we all have families. We all have
You don't have to play open.
bills. We all have aspirations to buy houses and businesses.
Super great hand.
Firearms and protective clothing.
It's because I got two of the same
I
kind.
don't say you guys see this as a particular situation of greed, but compensation for the greater
Moons,
Murky Stone.
you keep until the end of the game, and that's when they score. Suns,
like
you
that,
reveal it when
but
you
it's a
didn't.
common sense thing.
That's about
And
the
I
only
will
thing I can tell
always
you the
say
difference
that
between them.
That feelings really need to be really, really evaluated. Because common sense is common sense. It doesn't care
It's my mind.
about feelings. I know people hate that terminology, but it's the truth. I know. It just makes sense. Can't make bullets without lead. Can't make a gun without wood or metal. We all need to eat. And sometimes we can't do our daily mundane jobs because we have to do research and we have to put paperwork together to come here on a Sunday and spend 3 to 4, 5 hours delegating over if animals are being murdered in a really cool way. I really think that I've said enough when it comes to this matter. I'll use my time. I'll let somebody else give me a reason why not to get paid.
Very good. Does anybody have an opposing viewpoint that they wish to debate? Now, I can hear the wind going over the roof.
I do not have an opposing viewpoint, but a question rather.
Yes, of course.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please. Before recognizing Miss Genevieve.
I would like to hear from some in the gallery about this proposal. And also keep in mind that if you wish to speak, you could be in one of these chairs someday. So I want to know what the citizens think of Murky Stone about this before I make an educated vote.
Is there anyone in the gallery that would wish to speak on this matter or has an opinion on this matter? Dr. Gramo, I see you raising your hand, sir. Please come to the podium. Anyone else? Surely there must be someone else that has a strong opinion on this matter.
Please don't be afraid. I want to hear all opinions.
I see Attorney Stannis there. Please come down. Anyone else? If you have an opinion on this matter or would like to speak to the council on it, please do come down and stand at the statue, and we will hear you in due turn. Dr. Graymore, would you please approach the podium and address the council, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. So, from my understanding when the elections first started was that these positions were to be voluntary as well as to serve people. I don't know about the other districts and if the other councils have been, arbitrary to the constituents. I do know Angelwood has felt a lacking of our council members. I feel that even though they are giving their time, they're doing it as to betterment of Murkystone. While I do agree that work equals pay, appropriate pay, I do feel that, like I said before, this was originally proposed as a voluntary position. So I am in agreement with Councillor Rose as that the pay either be null or minimal.
Very good. Is that all you have to say, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Can we have who's next in line, please.
After you, ma'am.
As long as you're winning.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my, tricorn. I haven't seen one of those, well, quite some time. You're bringing it back into fashion. That's nice.
Perhaps. We'll see. Give me a moment. I have a few notes.
Yes, of course.
Right. So, regarding this proposal, I really just want to get something confirmed. Has the position of council member been determined to be that of a true occupation, or simply that of a public servant?
Are you asking me on the council?
This is an open question. Sorry.
I believe it's both.
Both? In what way?
It's a political career path. You could be a council person and do it politically. And I mean, in my case, honestly, the people spoke. I was surprised when I became a council, but I think I've done a lot of work here as a council member for my district and here, and it's a political path. You could become a council person and become a governor, and then become a mayor, or vice versa. I don't know exactly. So it does bridge. It does have a network to bridge on.
In your view, sir, how would you propose that your pay be measured? How are we to know how much you ought to be compensated?
I just think it should be a flat rate. It makes it less complicated. Just for the minute hour per hour you're here, and you just get paid something, I don't know, not incredibly like exuberant. Like not enough to buy a house like tomorrow, but just something, to go ahead and buy a cup of coffee, a sandwich, and buy some feed for your horse after this, just to be comfortable enough. Nothing incredibly crazy.
Alright, nothing crazy. Do you have anything you can definitively define that as? Like even if it's just
You
a
have two
ballpark
blue
estimate?
dragons on your deck. We have the cards
Don't
flipped over
quote
on
me
your
on this.
hand.
I'm
It's not plain open hand, but we figured
I'm
to
not-
play the first hand open.
Hypothetically, I
Pick
would
one of the
say
two, okay?
per hour,
Of
we're
the
here
blue
roughly
dragons?
3 hours every Sunday. I would say around 4 silver, 3 silver an hour. It's something that is not incredible crazy. Everybody could live with that. While you can get a lot more silver doing other things, but 3 to 4 silver an hour for 3 hours, I think is fair.
Okay.
Hi,
so
Stray.
An average day's wage for one task.
Give or take.
Okay. Was there any stipulation to that pay zone?
As long as you're here. If you're not here, you don't get paid. That's just why I say it should be just a flat situation.
Glad I got that confirmed. That's really what I was here for.
Oh, well, thank you, miss. Mrs. Stannis, you have the floor, sir?
Yes. I do have a question for Mr. or Councilman Gray. But at first, I do feel like as somebody that did run for the Angelwood seat, it should stay a voluntary position. Because then you aren't doing it for the people, you are doing it for yourself and the pay that comes along with it. Mr. or Councilman Gray, can you remind me what you said? Just so it's fresh in my mind. When it came to
Counselor.
the last that spoke.
Okay, you want to know about flat pay? How much should we get paid? Please be more specific on what you're asking me.
I'm just
okay,
listening
I
to
remember
people
now, sorry.
struggle.
You said something about
It's just
to get paid, you have to be
struggle.
I feel like there should be, if you are to vote on that you all get paid.
Hello?
Which, if you do, fair.
Ah.
But I feel like if you do get paid, just showing up isn't enough. You should have to actually vote on everything that is brought forward, and not let it go to next week and the week after and have these stalls in
These are so good.
the laws that you are passing.
Get me, yeah.
Well, thank you for your opinion. I disagree, but thank you for that.
That is all.
Hi, Bubby. But what? But that butt. A good butt.
So, the measure before us, I think there's no place to stand again. Would you please step to the podium and address the council?
I
Say your name, maybe where you're from.
Good evening, Council.
I just had a really funny idea that Greta runs for council.
I disagree with being paid.
The struggle to listen to him struggle, right? Where are you standing? Oh.
If you want to be paid,
I'm
you
just
should do
up
I'm not
in the
saying that
balcony.
nobody here
She's more busy
has
just like flirting with Max than anything else.
just have the position, not do anything beyond it, isn't enough.
Listen,
that
I think it'd be super funny to have Greta on the council. I think none of you are actually paying attention. Can you please get to the point?
I feel
Thanks.
that it's only right that you get paid, because let me ask you, how many things have you missed out on having to come to council meetings? How many engagements you could have gone to? How many moments with your loved ones have you missed being here? Those things are priceless. Those things can't be replaced. But if you're doing the work and you're spending all these hours over the course of the week, going over amendments, going over laws, going over this, going over that, I feel you should get paid for it. Yes, this is a voluntary position. We all have voted fairly. But if you're just here for a title and a position, then no, you should not be paid. But if you're here for your people as a whole, 100%, then yes, you should be paid. That is all, Your Honor. Thank you.
And thank you. If I may make a statement in regards to this, I believe that one of the... Did you have something else to say, Miss?
I have one final point of order, if you'll have me.
Yes, please, approach the podium. Would you be so kind as to introduce yourself and where you're from?
I apologize.
I really actually think the idea of Greta on the council would be fucking hilarious.
So,
guys, we're getting off topic. Please get back on topic.
Keep in mind while you work your decorum on this. So, as I understand it, Herr Gray, you propose to be paid a flat rate based on how long you are here, yeah?
I agree.
Right. So then what is preventing a council member from deliberately filibustering in order to get more pay?
It's his right to filibuster. Would never oppose that.
You stand by this?
Filibustering is a congressional right. If you were selected to council, then you can filibuster anything you don't agree with. Just like I don't agree with the animal cruelty law, and was bound to filibuster for that. A filibuster is a way to get attention to something that someone finds important. It would be me taking away the right of someone's right to voice their voice if I say I don't care about it. That would be wrong.
Uh-huh. That is my lesson for you all to deliberate on. I yield the floor to you.
Oh, thank you. What I was going to say is, being a member of the council is a voluntary position, and it's also a bit of a thankless job. I mean, many of you have been here day in and day out for hours on any given Sunday. And what I would like to say is that offering some kind of pay incentivizes people to perhaps want to do the work who otherwise would not volunteer to do the work of the council. Now, it's just a waste of my time because I just sit there and listen to this old judge drone on and on. Adding some sort of pay for your time, I think, give some incentive for some of those that might have wished to might wish to join the council. Miss Genevieve, you have your hand up?
Yes, I'm waiting till you're done, Judge. I was just nodding in agreement.
Oh, I am done. Please, you have the floor.
I think I'll stand for this one, if I may speak in the center of the council.
Oh, by all means.
I'll start talking now to try to be concise, as Mr. Gray did. Hello, I'm Genevieve. I represent Tinker's Hollow. I'm not particularly for or against this, as I do agree with some of the sentiments here stated, that we are giving up a lot of our time. I wish to speak on my experience for more education, as I've heard some of the citizens. Now, from the moment I leave my home, I go to Murky, I go through the train, and I am pulled left, right, and center to various private locations to have conversations about various complaints from many different citizens. I do not get time to breathe, and I volunteered for this, absolutely, yes. But this job is very difficult and time-consuming, and I think everyone that does feel strongly against it should consider how much the council members do that you do not see, and also that asking to be more informed on a proposal does not mean we do not want to not do our job. It means we want to be more informed. We do a lot of work, all of us. Everyone in this council has worked very hard. Miss Rose, Mr. Roderick, Mr. Gray, Lacroix, Judge, all of us. I'm not for or against getting paid, because myself, I do not care, but it is very hard work, and you do not see a lot of the discussions, setting up voting, the complaints, constant interruptions, the discussions and debates we have amongst ourselves, not in here, to make sure that this great Mercury Stone can, well, all of you can succeed and do what you want to do and be happy, healthy, safe. That is all. I yield.
Well, thank you. Does anyone else have any statements to make or rebuttals?
I have one. There won't be a lot.
Step forward.
I can see the concern. I'm the type of person that can read the room pretty well. I see there are people out here that are opposed and that are not. So I suggest it be free, right? And what I mean by that, I'm meaning that there are people who can take the pay and people who don't want to take the pay. Should be optional. Hey, would you like to get paid for the 3 hours and plus that you've been here breaking your head or making laws? Sure, here's a little bit of compensation, buy yourself some lunch. You don't want it? Don't take it. Free. That way we don't have to worry about ethical situations. Now, since I have the floor, there are some council members who are trying to get paid in a way that we don't see it. Either it be on property lines, making laws that want to benefit them in big ways, either it be taking profit from taxes. We need to evaluate it all if we're going to sit here and talk about pay, because there are some people who don't have to get paid here in this room, but passing certain laws, you see them make very good money outside this room. If we are talking about meager restitution in this setting, I see it simple. I don't see that big of a deal. But payment can be in many different ways. Zoning for profit, building for profit, leasing for profit, in ways that it negates the whole taxation and representation of our real estate agency. It's a lot when you think about what constitutes this pay. But if it's just for this room, for what we do in here, and how we delegates work our asses off, and I really just don't see a problem with it. Let people take it if they want it. Let people leave it if they want. If they don't, I yield my time.
Oh, there's no Mr. Fisk over there.
The ones that do not want it, if it is voted into effect, could always put it back into their district's coffers for infrastructure and other reasons.
That's true.
Miss Rose, you have your hand raised. Would you like to address the council?
I actually, for once, agree with Mr. Gray on this matter, in that this could be seen as a way for, in a sense, a corruption matter, in that this is a matter where people could be seen as getting pay into their own pockets. And in that sense, I think this is a matter that voting should not be up to us, but it should be up to the people. That I think this should be up to a vote for everybody, whether we get paid or not.
I see. So, it should be up to a public vote on that is a proposal on whether or not that council members get paid.
I disagree. That's not what I was trying to say, but
No, but
I get the sentiment.
Yes. How you were
I
saying it is that we could pass bills that could benefit us. And how you were saying it, I understand. But this is another way that what we could do could impact our pay. So.
Understood.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Some of these people could become council members in the future, so I see a bit of flaw in that. However, I do agree somewhat.
We are getting rather deep into this topic. Can we figure out how long we should be council members before regaling ourselves to a position which we may never be paid for anyways?
We've already moved that topic to next week, Mr. Roderick.
Should we move this topic to next week then? So we're not belaboring it.
We can move it to next week, but I also propose that once that decision is made and composition it should be retroactive. I yield to them.
Ms. LaCroix, how many more things do we have on the agenda?
Well, there was what council pay will be, which is tied into the other one, and then there was the office building situation, which we kind of talked about, and then the church, and then that's it.
You got Fisk out,
This
Stray.
church was,
You're gonna come be a bully?
What that was?
It's mine. And it's been taken care of. We can scratch that out. It's already been converted. Taken care of.
Oh, good. Well, so we can strike that.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to agree to table the term limits and the pay. Yes, there's someone that wishes to address the council.
Wait, if I may?
Please step to the podium and give us your name and where you're from, please.
Excuse me, sir. I'm her doctor, please.
Please, this is the best place to examine her, doctor.
I'm going to take her back to the hospital.
Soft-spoken woman yells quite loud. It scared me. And you.
Follow me, doctor. I pulled something.
Bonjour.
Why, hello, darling. Can you state your name and where you're from?
Oui, I am Jacqueline Rousseau of Angelwood Cove. I had a question in regards to the pay. If I remember correctly, last week it was stated that the budget is in a deficit, no?
That is correct.
And we are proposing not collecting taxes for the near future in businesses. I would like to know if the council was thinking to find the funds to account for this pay. Will this affect our taxes?
I do not believe so. I believe that they were put in reserve just in case.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. I was not sure.
Yeah, we are not voting on a tax increase at this time.
Merci, I appreciate that.
Indeed, indeed. Was that all your question was?
That is all I wanted to know.
Well, then, good news.
Oui, exactly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we have two measures that we would like to discuss. I believe that we're going to table for next week. We'll make them a priority. Can you make a note of that, Ms. Lacroix?
Judge, I believe Dr. Lacroix wanted to say something.
Well, I'm sorry. Did I miss you, Dr. Lacroix?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty wild now. Was there? Did I space out? Was there a vote to postpone this issue that I missed out on?
Well, there was an agreement to, yes, to table the measure.
So there was a vote. Okay.
I don't know if I would call it a vote.
With respect, Your Honor, we'll be going on the third or possibly fourth week of discussing this topic. An answer will not fall out of the sky. We need to resolve this so we don't spend another hour next week talking about it.
I would agree.
How does all the other council members feel? Should we just go about
hammer it out, guys? You got
one
this.
way or the other and voting on it?
I'm sorry, what are we voting on again?
On the topic of pay and not pushing it forward for another week. Dr. Lacroix and myself believe that it should be handled now because the topic has been beat again.
Oh, I agree. We should definitely vote today.
This is just
Rose.
I abstain.
Mr. Roderick.
I
abstain.
In saying this, I do mean
They're
also
so
considering
tired.
Miss Rose's proposal with it. I do not mean simply us voting, as I would agree with her that I believe we could let the citizens vote.
Valid, and I think that we should vote today then.
Guys.
I also agree to vote today, but I disagree with the citizens' vote. But here we go.
Okay, so the measure has been proposed that the citizens of Murkystone are going to vote on whether or not the city council should receive pay for their services. In enacting that vote, Mr. LaCroix, what do you say, sir?
I still had some things I wanted to speak on. But,
well,
because it
does it
does
pertain to this
affect-
matter?
Yes, it does.
Well, then please, you have the floor, sir.
I'm not going to do the walk. It won't be that long. I proposed last week that this be brought to public vote. So I agree with Rose in a way. However, if today showed me anything with the people from the coming forward and giving their opinions, it's that even if the public vote is in favor of us getting paid, it will be a contested vote. And if that's going to be the case, I personally think that a small amount of silver for this work is not worth looks of doubt or distrust in my fellow citizens' eyes, those that are against it, because it is clearly a contentious issue. And I do not wish to see the city divided on a matter like this. So, for this reason, even if the public vote were to go in favor of the pay, I think it's best to just say that we are volunteers and leave it at that.
So, Mr. LaCroix, you are proposing that we just override the vote and take a vote on whether or not we should even ask or have the vote?
Yes, I would vote that we not get paid, but if the agreement is that we do, I would like to see it brought to a public vote.
I see. Miss Genevieve, how do you feel about this?
Hearing Dr. Cole's words, I agree. I did note there was some contention when certain individuals came up to speak, which is why I wanted that action. And I believe there is some doubt on whether or not some of us, and this is an assumption only, are completing our duties. So that weighs heavily in my mind. I am for voting either nay to being paid or letting the public decide.
Mr. Gray, I have a feeling I know your position on this matter, but in any event, please, enlighten us.
You know me well, Judge. A little bit of weeks we've been together here. I'll be fast. It's exasperating to keep on trying to convince this council what that big a restitution is. Citizens' right. Is our right. We paid for the crazy amount of time that we've invested in here. Yes, it's a civil position. Yes, we're doing this for the betterment of our town, for the greater Murky Stone districts. I get it. But we need to start thinking about, is this something that we really are doing for the money or not? And of course, we're not doing this for the money. But if there is compensation to be made, and we're not talking about, again, life-changing money. It's simple, like 3 to 4 silver per hour that we're in here. I think that shouldn't be overlooked. I mean, it should be just a simple thing, and if you don't want the money, take the money, donate it to your districts, like Lady Genevieve said. You can do that. I know my district could use some extra money. We've got a lot of repairs we gotta do. We got a filtration station that we have to constantly put money in for new filters. We live in a persistent dust storm all the time. We have filters, we have generators, we have all these things we have to run. So that money can be taken and put in the city coffers. I mean, to say no. This is dishonesty to all. But again, I will follow whatever this council wants. Well, I am a team member, but just know, I'm opinionated about this subject. I yield my time.
Oh.
My goodness.
I feel like I was existing in a void of intelligence. Not but arguing in circles.
Unfortunate they can't figure out how to work together.
Evening, Mr. Fisk. don't think it's that they don't know how to work together. I think it's that they don't know how to finish a fucking proposal.
Yes, but they don't know how to finish a proposal because they don't know how to work together.
No, it's
Find
because
a
they don't come with
solution.
finished proposals.
Well, that certainly would help as well.
It'd be pretty easy if somebody made the proposal. Counselors get paid 20 silver a week. Can we vote to call a vote? Yes, okay, can we vote? Passes or fails? Or here, even simpler. Do counselors get paid? Call a vote. Very simply. Yeah. No, it's okay, sir. You can go stand in there and listen.
Well, unfortunately, everyone has their own opinion on the matter that they need.
Call it to a vote.
Divvied out.
Call it as a vote, then. You vote to vote. Then you vote. It's very simple. They can debate it all they want, but I don't know why they're afraid of calling a vote. Sorry, Stray. I did want to RP with you, but you just bad timing.
Probably because they're afraid of failure. They want it to succeed.
I mean, that's terrible. How terrible. You don't get paid. Well, you do. Half the things that they were arguing there about, I don't even know what the proposal was. Where do you want to go eat? I don't want to talk about animal cruelty laws. You arrest me for slapping my horse's ass.
Yes, there were. What about the bar in Devil's Canyon?
Sure.
Alright.
You can be arrested for not following a lawful order. What kind of lawful order? Step off the sidewalk. Huh? Put your hands on your head. Why? I simply do not understand.
I mean, for me, it's quite clear. If you are on private property, the individual who owns the property has the right to demand you leave. But if you are in public space...
Well, I think the concern is about people in the constabulary building, people in the government building, and people in the hospital. Which is fair, right? But I think the law still kind of applies that if it's the constabulary building and they ask you to leave, you need to leave. Or at least go out into the public square.
As far as I'm aware, the constabulary building, the hospital, and the government building are not public space. They are for use by the public servants who's hired to work there, but that does not make it a public space.
I really
Unless
wonder
you
who
have
they're writing the
business there.
laws about, honestly. Who's being such a pest that we have to write laws about it?
You know, my first thought to that one was Marie.
See, but I don't think Marie's marching in the constabulary building and demanding that she be there.
No, but she does like to walk in and then listen to conversations that are being had that she shouldn't be listening to or that don't involve her.
You should probably just have a door locked then. Devil's Canyon, please.
That is the thing, though. We do have a door. I mean, it's not exactly a very large room, but we could take them into a room in the back if we needed to.
See, I think that,
However,
it's the concern of the drunk tank, right?
right.
Maybe that shouldn't be where you're interrogating people. Granted, you probably shouldn't be interrogating people anyways. I think there's something about lawyers needed.
We can still ask questions, but you are right if they ask for a lawyer. We cannot continue to pester them without a lawyer present.
Maybe the question is, do you have like an interview space? Because I think that'd solve a lot of your problems.
Currently, not to my knowledge.
Out of
But
all the
that is
places
why
that need a private office, the constabulary is one of them.
you would think so.
Where would you like to sit?
Any one of the tables would be fine.
All of these are family style, and I hate it. I hate it. It's terrible.
Well, at least these back here are next to the garden outside.
Watch the poor boy be sobbing over there.
No, I never have actually even spoken to him to find out what he's out there sobbing about.
Apparently there's a man or a woman or somebody who broke up with him. Oh, you really want to be in governmental business like that? That is the most boring thing I've ever sat through.
Yes, boring as it may be, I do have a passion for dealing with such things.
Stupidity?
I am a constable. I deal with stupidity every day. But it's not so much dealing with the stupidity as trying to ensure that the stupidity of others does not limit the rights of people.
I mean, other than murder and malicious action, I think it's just people getting on one another's nerves. Frankly, most of it is people just getting on one another's nerves. It's not a crime.
No, it is not. And if people would take a second to think more about the others around them rather than simply themselves, might make everything a little bit easier for people to get along proper.
I don't believe anyone ever actually gets out of their own head, unfortunately. Too obsessed with their own desires.
Too true. Especially with especially with the churches around here not operating too well.
What do
No
you
wonder
mean?
there are. Well, how many sermons have you heard outside of Constance being one to want to help others and give them a bit of the Lord's message?
Well, I think there's a father I seen wandering around somewhere. I think he even moved into the district.
I do remember seeing that, but where is he now? Why is he not trying to preach and help people out with God's word?
You would have submitted a father of the church to that god awful. I don't even know what it was, because I certainly wouldn't call it a council meeting. I would call it a council argument.
No, I'm not saying that he needed to be in there. I'm simply saying it is the Lord's day today, is it not?
Is it? It is the day that I got back with a box full of feathers and several bottles of whiskey.
Indeed, it is the Lord's day.
Well, God bless.
But either way, I fear that people are simply forgetting that life is not about serving yourself.
How noble of you. I think you're wrong. Almost everything we do is in self-service. The problem is when your self-service comes into conflict with the well-being of others.
Well, one's self-service can still include the thought of others. It can still include how is this going to affect others, not just myself.
I would say that consideration only matters if you care about the others.
Well, personally, I certainly do.
How many others do you think care about you?
I think it does not matter how many of them care about me. That should not affect my willingness to think of them and to want both what's right by them and to do what's right by them.
But what if they're terrible people?
Most would argue that Reggie, who was brought in for robbing people, was a terrible person. And yet, after only spending a short time speaking to her, getting to know the life that she came from, some of the hardships that she endured, it became very clear to me that she was not a bad person, but that she was simply in a bad situation in her life. And that if others stopped for a moment to show a little courtesy, that maybe it would have been possible to send her on a different path in her life.
I wonder how much exposure you've really had to people like that.
I must confess, it is not the most common thing I have ever done.
I'll tell you, most people involved with gangs like that, they're not there because they want to be. They're there because the world is harsh and no one thinks of them and no one should think of them. They think of themselves first. And frankly, if they go about thinking about other people first, they'll end up further down in the gutter than they already are. You have to take care of yourself first before you can think of anyone else. And that's the thing. People well taken care of don't understand that concept. Because if you have everything, why would you bother to think about yourself? You busy yourself with other things to occupy your time. You've nothing. All you do is spend time trying to get something.
That may be, but as you said, what other choice do they have? They have not been given a choice. They have been forced into a situation where that is the only choice they have.
Do you think that Kingpin gave her any choice? Do you think he was generous with her?
No, obviously.
Do you think that something else would have drawn her out of the gutter and brought her up, raised her up? Or you think she just got caught?
I think that she was doing what she felt she needed to survive. And I think that had there been another opportunity for another path forward, it is possible that she may have made a better choice in life.
But that's the thing. There was no other opportunity.
Precisely, but that is exactly what I seek to give people is opportunity.
Oh, gosh. You know, no one ever gets anything for free. And that's the terrible thing when you take a handout. It's not free. You owe. You always owe somebody. You just want to be the one that's owed. I see it now. I get it.
Surely, I assure you, I'm not talking about giving anybody anything. Merely providing the right environment for there to be options.
I'm sure they can succeed within an organization you would have your hands on. A head of a house, some noble organization with only good deeds in mind. Where those who work hard succeed. Right?
Tell me then, if that is not the kind of ideal that you would believe in, how would you rather see it done?
Instead of taking the hand that's offered, I'd rather know the price to be lifted. Because at least if you're entering into a bargain with the devil, you should know the terms you're agreeing to. Just Just like someone who's buying supplies doesn't expect them to be free. Bought, paid, measured. You need to know what you're getting. When you say, no, no, don't worry about it, it means what you are getting is finite, but what you are owing is not. I'd rather know the change you have to wear when it comes to something like that.
And what then do you suggest would be an appropriate cost for opportunity for one's own betterment?
Honestly, if I look at it, you should have let Reggie go. What you should have done, you should have followed her. Or at least not arrested her, put her in front of the eyes of everything, because that means the eyes, the ones who were watching her, saw everything that happened. You didn't want her. Just a street level thief. Clearly there was more involved than what was happening, what she was doing. She didn't even give you the name of the guy. You want to get rid of the evil in the world, you need to get those guys. But they're not easy to find. And at the end of the day, everybody wants to be the guy. You have the cards then. And that's why it's not fun playing with them, because when they have all the cards and you have none, they're going to win and they're going to owe you. Or you're going to owe them. It's a stacked deck. If you want it to be fair, get the guy with the deck. Else you're the guy. Which is a perfectly reasonable expectation to want to be anyways. Do you want to be the guy? You are the guy, aren't you? At least you were. Nothing wrong with wanting to be the guy. Everybody wants to be the guy. Because everybody wants to win. The problem is when you play with these kind of people, Max, they don't reshuffle the deck after. They still got the cards and you don't. And you play again and again and again, and you owe them more and more and more.
Then I guess the question becomes, how do you stack the deck in your favor?
That is the question, isn't it? You get the people who are the cards. You get those onesie, twosie people, those little thieves on your side. But of course you can't be playing with your cards on the table. You gotta make sure they don't know what's happening. When you catch those thieves, You need them on your side. How you do that is an entirely separate thing, though. And that I couldn't tell you how. Besides, maybe you'd be a nicer guy than the rest of them, you know? Counselor Maximilian Otto. Whatever the rest of your name is.
Perhaps.
I guess the question is, if you had to owe money to somebody, who would you pick? It's a good way to decide who you want in charge.
The first answer I thought of to that question was myself.
I hope you are thoroughly punished with an elective office. I hope you suffer every single meeting, long, bureaucratical, and boring.
Would be no less than I dealt with growing up.
I hope
Suffering
you are
through
cursed
wrong.
with paperwork.
Oh, the paperwork I certainly could do without.
Stacks of it. All the way to the ceiling.
Isn't that what secretaries are for?
No, you'd have to pay them then, and apparently counselors aren't paid.
For now, apparently.
Poor Angelwood, they don't have a single counselor to them. Absolutely abused. That's
That
a
is what happens
district.
when you elect the fickle.
That's what happened when you elect the spoiled. That is a noble house in the butler. Hi, buddy. So what kind of laws would you put in place then? Ba 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 ba
It
ba
has
ba.
always been my opinion that the less laws there are, the better. Allow the people to adjudicate themselves. And only once there is something that has come up that they cannot decide
Stop.
the course of action on, should it be a government's responsibility then to create any kind of ruling in such a matter.
That's how people end up adjudicating each other with a duel. That's how you end up with Mr. Colton's and Mr. Mercer's. Do you need to go potty? Bella, can you take Bowser outside?
Maybe. But what then is the alternative? Endless law after endless law with no true meaning or purpose?
I certainly don't know the answer, Mr. Max. All I know is a lawless land that's well armed tends to be far more polite than a lawful one. I don't know why that is. I think people are just a lot less likely to insult each other when there's a gun on everyone's hip.
Precisely.
A very real understanding that you might be able
That
to
your
say what
words
you
matter?
that your words matter, yes. I swear if Mr. Stannis had a gun, I think he would have drawn it on me the other day.
And why would Mr. Stannis have done that?
Because I am a slanderous woman. I know too many things and I say too many foul things about others.
So everyone continues seeming to say, and yet I have yet to
Night, kiddo. Did you bring him back inside?
see anyone come forward with any proof of the slander which they accuse you of.
The only person I've slandered is you.
And I accept it.
Because it's not slander, it's true. You are a bully.
From a certain point of view, I guess.
I wish to do something. I don't know what, but either go and move a bunch of hats around or go see if I can find any more information on that den. I don't know. What about you? What do you think?
Did you want to eat first, or?
Delicious.
Wonderful, then. Off to move your hats, then?
Move my hats. Well, either that or something else. I don't know. I have to find a realtor, and I think I did see Miss Brown faint, so maybe Miss Rose. I should find Miss O'Quinn and tell her, at least with the moratorium, I probably will open my own shop. So I'm not selling hats out of my house. Maybe I'll even have a living room.
Now that would be a sight, wouldn't it?
Yes, can you imagine me having space to welcome people in that wasn't covered in feathers and fabric and hats? I did just do it again. No, it looks so nice. Ooh.
I do dare say that might end up being the most shocking thing that we could see here.
What?
You with a living room suited to see guests in.
A living room for people? I'd say no. Never. Alright, I'm gonna go turn these oysters in really quick because I've had them the entire time. Come on. I got 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I've had 100 oysters in my pocket and nearly 25 of them have rotted. I am very capable of focusing.
Clearly. Did you have bugs and everything else on you then as well?
No, I did everything but the oysters.
How did you miss that one? It's the one right in front of the government building.
That's a good question. Let's... Pardon? I'm gonna go turn these in before they rot out real quick, because they will rot on me.
Because Miss Brown wanted to talk about new shampoo and soap.
Amazing.
So, anything weird happen?
It's absolutely not worth it. It was only 2 silver worth. Now I smell like fish. Alright, I'm going to go hold up a realtor.
Yes, open the government.
Did my chores. Alright, I'm done with mine.
I wonder if they're all hiding.
Hmm?
The realtors.
One's in the hospital, and one scampered to talk to someone.
Yeah, Victoria went
she's
to
talking to
Spitzer
Rose.
Rose. I mean, Anastasia's in Spitzer.
Does anyone know where Miss O'Quinn is?
Who?
Rose O'Quinn.
I believe they headed to the Rose Mist Business District to talk.
I should probably talk to her anyways, because, you know, business. My god, is that open?
What the fuck is that?
It is indeed. Well, I don't know if they're open yet, but it will be.
Looks like Tamara's in there.
You know, between someone walking through all clad in white and then a bird lady, and now that, look who's not shocked.
Is there a policy about masks and such in town?
Not yet, unless they just discussed that during the meeting. I don't believe so.
I did not pay close enough attention to that meeting to know if that was the thing. Oh, Miss Victoria.
Yes.
I would like to open a shop.
Okay. Where at?
Devil's Canyon.
Okay, and what size shop?
Does it matter? It sounded like they were all free from that meeting.
Oh, I need to still put you on a building tier.
Come here.
So I just need to know what
Come
tier
here.
you would like and all that.
Alright, I will point at the one I want.
Okay. I just need to see what the
Yes.
sign says. That's it.
Frankly, I think this one.
Okay.
Because I want to put so many hats in this window.
So, medium shop. Got it.
This is a medium? No, this is a small.
This
right?
is a medium. Look
no.
at their sign. Look at your
Do
sign.
I understand? Listen, if I would actually probably be fine with a small, but you know,
That's
I'm gonna.
probably a small right there.
I know, but I want a window.
Well, we could probably put a window on a small one for you, if that's what
I
you
think
would
it's just
like.
Frank is the only other person in the district who has a business, right?
What about this one?
No, but
Oh,
it's.
this is a large.
Yeah,
Never
that's
mind,
a
this is
bigger
large.
one.
Yeah,
that
never
one's
mind, that's a
bigger.
large.
It's fine.
Well,
Listen,
why
I'll
don't
just.
you go with this medium?
Yeah, no, I'll go with the medium,
I
and then.
think this will go work for
Yeah.
you. I'll even have them add another window onto it for you.
Yes.
Right
It'll be
here.
fine. Just grand. I'm sure Frank will probably upgrade his stall too. Probably.
Probably. I think he just went into the other district shop. Probably talk to me.
Alright. Yes. But then I need to find my business partner and tell her with the new moratorium and the business taxes that I probably will just open my own stall. And I know she probably will as well. Upgrade or change
Are you
or something.
gonna need a supplier, right? Make sure you
Do
write
I
a
need a
contract.
supplier? Listen, unless
That's
someone
up
is
to
going to
you.
be personally bringing me hat pins and dies, no. Not that I would say no to someone personally bringing me hat pins and dies. I did actually ask about that previously, but no response, unfortunately.
Well, let me see if I can get a response for that, and I'll let you know. But for
Mhm.
now, I'll put you in this shop right here, and we'll call you good. You can decorate
sounds
it whenever
lovely.
you would like.
Mhm.
Hello, sir.
Now she'll have to move boxes and boxes of hats. Good evening, Mr. Fisk.
Hey, now you can actually decorate your house with actually house stuff, and not hats.
But I like hats.
All right, Miss Murder. I'll see you later.
If you see Miss Rose O'Quinn, please let me know. Let her know I want to talk to her.
Oh, she's in District 1.
I figured she probably was. I probably should go over there.
Yep, she just upgraded her shop also, and she's going into jewelry.
Can I help you?
Actually, I was looking for you. You owe me a hat.
I do. You never did pay me, Mr. Fisk.
Ah, because you have not provided the hat.
You should pay at least half beforehand. Good business, right?
Yet I see you do not even own a shop yet.
No, I don't. I've contracted out of Miss Rose's shops the entire time.
I see. Then perhaps you would like to make a business deal.
We did talk about that, didn't we?
We did. Is this the shop you're looking to invest in?
It is, yes. I think I will fill it with feathers and fabric and hats of all kinds.
I see. Then, how about we do this? I will assist you in your endeavor, and in return you will make me hats as I desire.
Alright, take care.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Rose. Of course, Mr. Fisk. Sounds which is grand.
Nah. It's not too much. I think that's fairly fair. No. Only the paperwork is all that needs to be arranged, I believe. I believe this would be done in the realtor's office.
Miss Rose just took care of it for me. Thought if you're talking about those supplies, well, you know.
Yes, well, don't you worry. Then as well. I'm hoping to have my own spot here in Murkeystone soon. With my own supplies and stuff coming in from all over the world.
Miss Dolly.
You are exactly who I was looking for.
You're exactly who I was looking for.
I was just looking at a shop after... How did you stand that meeting? It was terrible.
Right.
Woosah.
You're looking at a shop, which I figured you would be, so I brought you your hats.
Oh.
She returned.
Good evening, Mr. Fisk. Rose, you have been just the most wonderful business partner. You know that?
So have you. It's been a pleasure.
Your jewelry is what you're getting into.
Yes, I just have to complete my apprenticeship.
Oh. Well, I look forward to what you're making, and hopefully it's fashionable. I presume it probably will be.
It should be.
Well, are you still... Is it going to be just you, then?
Yes.
Are you staying in the same shop, or are you going up?
I've already started moving.
This corner one I'm going to fill with fabric and feathers and hats of all kinds.
I'm taking the same corner one in my district. Great minds.
It's because it's got nice windows, I think.
That's exactly why I took it, although I am having to apply for the contractors to put in a second window because mine does not have this one. That's exactly what I wanted, was this one, though.
Yes.
So, mine only has this one, so I was actually wanting windows here.
I'm presuming Mr. Frank is probably going to move into a shop, so he can actually smith and all that instead of a stall. I imagine all the districts are probably a buzz.
Most likely. That's why I was very quick to jump on. I'm upgrading my business to a medium.
Oh,
taxes? Yes.
Yes, exactly. You gotta jump on it, and, maybe I'll hold secret tea deals in the back. Not that I would ever trust me to make tea.
Look, I was going in with reduced taxes, and the judge comes in with no taxes. I mean, I wanted the surety of reduced taxes when this no taxes ends, but I'm fine with no taxes as well. That's fine.
Just keep the moratorium in place indefinitely.
Well, that might hurt the city, but for now, it will incite some businesses, indeed.
Well, no, think about it this way. If your businesses generate more revenue for the people and they buy more houses, you're still getting more taxes other than empty buildings.
Indeed. Anything to get more money flowing.
Yes, very much so. And then the constabulary can arrest everyone and fine them.
No.
For standing on the sidewalk. You've been given a
I
lawful
suppose they
order
can.
off the sidewalk.
They actually have laws now, so yes.
Gasp. Laws.
Well, yes. Are we loitering? No, there's no loitering sign.
Listen, the constabulary can order us around if it's a lawful order. We're disturbing the peace.
We are the peace.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think I've ever done anything but cause a riot.
Oh, well. I've never been in a riot, but I'm peaceful.
Well, riot, civil war, same thing, right?
Miss Murder.
Listen, I never fought it. I just was a.
She's not wrong.
I think I was about.
I look forward to...
As a kid when it was going on, it was fine. I never fought in it. Definitely didn't hide the bullets, though. Either way. Yay for business and fashion. We shall be a fashion hub of the modern world.
I look forward to seeing your shop.
Yours as well. Alright, now I'm going to bully the constabulary to help me move boxes and boxes of hats.
Good luck. And thank you for your partnership while it lasted.
You too, Rose. I'm actually really upset because I just finished doing all of my hats and arranging them nicely in my house. Now I have to move them all, and I don't know what to put on the first floor.
Or are you making this two-story?
No, the first floor of my house is entirely dedicated to hats.
Perhaps make a vaulted ceiling then.
Oh. Have a table. Oh my goodness. Alright. I won't keep you. I'm gonna have to come up with a name. Maybe we'll actually
let's go
see.
with the Black Rose.
The Black Rose. Do I look like someone who wears black?
Black feathers.
I'm trying to think if I even have a black hat.
You could be the fancy peacock.
Here, I'll take my top hat off and put it on your head.
Oh no, I have a.
Oh. You could be the feathered top hat. Just no, dumb. Never mind.
We'll figure it out. I'm just gonna put my name on this so somebody else doesn't come through and be like, "What is that?" And be like, "Dolly, just hats, just hats."
Just. Oh, call it. Oh. I got it. Call it the murder house.
The murder house. Hats. I got it.
Hats for hire. No.
Hats to die for.
Oh, I love it.
All right. Anyways.
Ta-ta.
I suppose Mr. Ravencross has no excuse now not to open a business.
I would say nobody has an excuse not to open a business now.
Well, why don't you? You can offer life advice.
That might be very poor life advice. Charge them 10 bronze per piece of advice.
Listen. If you're tired, you should sleep. If you're hungry, you should eat. If you're poor, you should be not poor.
No. If you're poor, you should simply work harder. It's fine. Perfect life advice.
Phenomenal life advice. Yeah, what was the number of this drop anyways? Shop 2. What? How is this shop number 2? Where's medium shop number 1? How did I number these two? What the hell? What? Huh?
All good questions.
Was I drunk when I did this? This is also medium shop 2.
I was about to say, considering this says medium shop 2, you know what? You may have been drunk when you
I think I was. I don't recall. Well, that's a large shop, actually, so the fuck. No, wait, that's a medium. This is small. That's a
How is this a
large.
small shop
I.
one? What? You got two shops, two small shops there, and this is small shop one. What?
Because that's 2 and that's 3. Because that shop back there is actually bigger than this one. Because that one's deeper. Alright, I clearly understand what I'm doing. Listen, I don't know if you know this, but I apparently can't count. I think this is shop
learning
one.
that very quickly.
Yes. I'm a very good businesswoman. Yes, business. I'm good at it.
You know what we should do?
Yes.
Just thinking about this right now, yes. That, little... I can't even think of what it's called. The, top area up there. Put 2 glass windows in that and put more hat decorations up there.
Are you going to help me? Are you going to be my business partner? You're going to move hats around for me. Quite a fashionable gentleman. It's a haberdashery now.
I'm just gonna give you useless advice all the time, obviously.
Useless hats to die for and Maximilian's useless life advice. What did you learn today? I learned that if I'm poor, I should just try not to be. Max gives great life advice. If I'm sad, I should just not be. If I'm sober, I should drink. You can't tell me it's bad life advice. It's great.
This was just
depends on your perspective, right?
What was that?
It doesn't need to be right now. I'm just when you have
I was trying to set him up with Lady Celeste.
Oh, pardon.
There is one shop in.
But it got rescheduled.
Unfortunately.
Mr. Ravencroft, you have no excuse not to open a shop now.
Why do I know?
Because the taxes have all been set to 0. Yes, that was part of the business council meeting. There's a moratorium on business taxes. Until further notice, shops have no taxes.
With all your information, and I will put you in the book.
Right. When you fit new shuttle, I just heads up about the one.
He is speechless with excitement.
I'll put your name on it.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
I'll make sure to send you that later.
We shall see if I do, I suppose.
He's like, that's work, and I don't want to do work. I put color on today. That's enough.
But does he usually not wear?
No, he wears drab browns.
Oh, wow.
You can't even tell me I'm wrong. You wear the most earthy, dark, boring tones. He wore a sky blue once. It looked fabulous.
Well, maybe he needs you to help him and make him some clothes.
I make hats. He makes clothes.
Oh, he does? He makes clothes? You make
Yes,
clothes?
he is.
He's literally a tailor. That's why I'm mocking him.
Oh my goodness, I did not know. And why would you wear just brown?
Because I prefer those colors on myself.
Oh. Well, you gotta definitely try a different color. You already have brown hair? I mean, you have blue eyes. I don't know, maybe something blue.
I said the blue looks great.
I did not know you made clothes. Oh no.
I'm sure he'd love to measure you. And with that, I'm going to go get my hats and move into my new shop. Uh-huh. Of course. Toodaloo.
Miss Murder, would you like a shovel with that grave you're digging?
I'm digging yours, love. I'm the one named Miss Murder.
I will get you back, ma'am.
Oh, this is fun. Oh.
You could feel the palpitating energy coming off of him.
He's fun to tease. I did get him in blue, though. It looked decent on him.
Yes, and then he proceeded to take the shirt off.
You know, he didn't look bad as an eggplant either. Oh, Mr. Aubergine.
As an eggplant? When did this happen?
He refused to wear robin shell blue and sky yellow, like sunshine yellow, but he said instead I'll wear dark green and a dark purple. He looked like an aubergine. Now, I don't know why he thought aubergine was the way to go, but that was the way he went. Didn't look bad, but...
Was not necessarily the color pattern that you would have chosen.
Yeah, certainly not the color pattern I would have chosen. The blue really makes his eyes pop. I think he's just afraid of light colors. If he has dark hair and a fair complexion, it'll really make him stand out. He just needs to pick either warm or cool based on his skin tone, which I think he has a cool skin tone, so he needs warm colors. Maybe I have that backwards. I'm not a tailor. I make fabulous hats.
Maybe that is his problem. He's very good at making black clothing. But when he adds color, he gets frightened.
Well, I think everyone presumes that just because you're pale or you're dark-skinned, you can only wear light or dark. There's also warm and cool colors. Like pastels and navies.
For Devil's Cave.
Thank you, Missy. What are you chitter-chatting about? What do you need, huh? Mwah. Alright. I'm so sad. I just redid it too. Do you need to go potty? Do you need to go potty? Come on.
It's alright. By the time we're done, I'm sure you'll be quite pleased with the new arrangements for your shop.
Alright. Box up all the hats. I suppose I don't need to box my personal hat, so I can put all of those on display too. I usually only wear a hat once anyways.
Fair.
Listen, I'm going to sell hats and an alcoholic experience. Although I might be competing with Frank for that. If he opens a shop next to mine, we're going to knock down the wall in between, and we're going to have a tavern in the middle. Look, I even put lights in so it wasn't dark, because dark is terrible.
You know, if you did that, you could call it Frank and Dolly's intoxicating experience.
Flip this door the other way. Alright. Now I have to take down all the hats and shelves
I must say, you did change quite a lot since even I was here 2 days ago.
Woe was me. That's a wall. I can't get my curtain. I don't know where this curtain is.
That's the wrong curtain. That's okay. It's fine.
This curtain does not. If you would just anything down here needs to come down. So. It just this curtain doesn't want to come down. It's fine.
Maybe this one stays. You don't need to cut it down. I'm sure you can get it down. It's fine.
Listen, I put in stained glass windows upstairs, and then they fell and broke, and it was very sad.
Oh. That must have been expensive.
I got it. Okay. Just basically anything on this floor, go ahead and grab it out. I need to think about a dog who may or may not have run by outside and needs to get grabbed. If you just want to tear everything down in here, I'd be super appreciative. Are you done? Are you done? Do you want to go inside? Hello. Give me that butt. Give it to me. Give it. Give me that butt. Give me the butt. Bah. I'll get one more beer. Get your brother in the face. Whoa! Moose. Up. Go. Shh. Magic.
You weren't kidding when you said it all must go.
Yes, I guess the lights can stay. All right. I wouldn't even know what to put in here. It's fine. I'll figure it out later. Most of the motions of my life have been dictated by hats. That's kind of terrible. I think I might have a problem.
You know, they make people, or there are people whose job it is, right? You can hire.
To make hats for me? Yes, it's called a hatter.
No, I'm talking about home design.
Oh, who does that? I definitely need somebody to do that for me.
question. I don't know if there's anybody actually doing that right now, but
Gosh. What are you supposed to do with your home, then? You are glaring at me. Bah!
throw some couches down, I guess. I don't know. I don't have a home yet.
Which I still find absolutely fascinating, that you resign yourself to the apartments.
Why would I not?
Well, I suppose if
Until
you don't
I
have a
have-
particularly large wardrobe.
Modest, I would say.
Modest. I suppose. Alright! Give me the butt! Give me that! Give me that! Give me that! Give me that! Let go! Get it! Ugh! Grab it! Get it! Rah! Ugh! It's always good when I can get them to play together. I present in state of mind. I realized maybe grabbing some materials to build with would have been helpful.
You know. Probably. Minor details, right?
Minor details? We're in the wrong district. This is where Rose is. I was like, who's in my shop? Oh, it's Rose. I'm in the wrong place.
Welcome to Rose Miss Talk.
Yeah, it's where everything is named after roses.
It's quite the lovely bouquet.
It is, yes. There's a reason why they're on so many hats. Alright, I'm gonna go to the right district. Alright, bye. Directions are terribly hard, Max. You know that?
I claim to be a passenger in this situation. I'm just following your lead here.
You claim to be a passenger. That's terrible. Good evening.
Alright. Just wanted to read it and make sure we were in the right place this time.
Okay, forgive me if I'm wrong, but isn't that woman the counselor for Angel Cove or wherever?
I'm not sure if it was her or her sister.
I can't tell the difference between them. Well, I have a curtain and a rug.
Well, here, let me hand you a few things out of my box real quick.
Oh, my goodness. No, just throw them down. It's fine. Hmm. I never actually considered how I would do this shop. I just... Hats was the general idea.
Well, I would say, at the very least, make sure you have mannequins in the corner window here with hats on them. Aside from that, don't know if it really matters.
Haha. I've joined a cult.
You are the new cult leader.
I have a cult here. Oh my.
Is it cult of murder? Is that why you keep pulling out your pistol?
I guess I keep trying to get the deaths. Do you know how hard it is to do things the way they're supposed to be done? It's terrible. I'm horrible at it. Just want to make sure I'm not gone through onto the other side. Ugh. I've not. Okay, good. I'm definitely not just... This is how construction's done.
You know, sure.
I can't reach it. I don't think that's right.
That seems just a little bit off to me.
You do it then. But get it from them. Give me the moose! Moose!
I'm guessing you want it right in the middle here, right?
I'm not really sure where I want it. I don't know if you realize this, but I don't really have a plan with most of the things I do.
Well, I have at least noticed that with this, considering the current mannequin situation.
Curtain mannequin situation? What does that mean? What do you mean, the curtain mannequin situation? You say it like it's a debacle.
It's, something, alright.
Say that again.
It's
Oh God.
it's fine. It's fine. Just
What are you doing, Max?
it's fine. Just it's fine.
All right. I don't know if I agree with you, but I feel like it's not worth arguing with you about it.
It's going to be fine, maybe. Maybe.
I feel like you're just standing there hiding behind the mannequins and hoping it helps.
It's not. I'm trying to place the light, I promise. In order to do that, though, I have to figure out why it wants to sit itself in the roof and not under the roof like a chandelier would.
I do not know.
See how it just wants to be in the roof, though? I don't understand how to
Well,
fix that.
how are you moving it?
How am I what?
Are you moving it as a placeable, or are you moving it, rotating it, scaling it?
The second option.
Ah, then just lower it.
That, unfortunately, is as low as it will go.
Hmm. See. don't have better things to do, catching criminals and all that?
It is my day off.
Your day off, you get those?
Once a week.
You know, when the doctors take a day off, people die. What happens when the
That's why there are
constabulary takes
3
a
of
day?
them.
What happened? Well, are there still? Hi, Gilly!
Last I checked.
Which ones are
There
you
was
counting?
4 of them. There would be LaCroix
Mm-hmm.
and
Did you go offline, Gilly?
Gray.
Graymore?
Moore is a psychiatrist, right?
I don't know. He analyzes people. Makes them feel weird.
Doesn't need to analyze them to make them feel weird.
Did you go offline? What do
But
you mean by that? How does he make you feel weird? How does he make you feel weird in your tummy? Right there. Or somewhere else. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Did you get a shop, Gilly?
I'd say more up here.
Oh, he really does his job well then, doesn't he? Analyzing the whole inside and out of you.
Yes, it's quite strange. Why, I'm mostly silent around him.
Why, he gets in your head and he makes you think things about yourself that you just didn't want to think.
More like he does it to other people while I am around him, and it frightens me a little bit.
Why? Because you think he'll do it to you?
Because I know he would do it to me.
I know, I
He would
just make the man
absolutely do it to me.
uncomfortable. I say things and he goes, I don't like that, don't say that.
I just realized I forgot to give you this one as well.
You can put things down here as well. Just put it down. It's not like I have a plan.
Listen, I keep forgetting that, okay?
I have no plan! Listen, it needs work, it needs help. That's why you're here, is to help me make less of a mess of this.
To be the help. Got it.
Yeah. Or, you know, to kind of say, oh, I think it would look better over there. As I figure out getting all the goddamn hats on the shelves.
Does that work?
I
Is
guess.
there room for hats?
I just have to get the hats, right? I have to get the hats to put them on the shelves. You know, sometimes I don't even know what hat I'm putting on here.
Just throwing it on.
Well, I have a lot of hats, right? And they're all named. Every single hat has a name. I just don't always know what the hat is.
Throw it on there and then remember, oh yeah, that's right.
Which hat is this? I don't know. It's a hat. You know, I made Mr. Cassidy a hat. Never wore it. That's this one. Maybe put a little card in it. I'm going to resell it unless you want it.
I haven't even seen the poor thing.
Here. Ooh.
My, that was certainly his style. I'm very disappointed he didn't wear it.
I don't even think he ever saw it.
You imagine him wearing that with a little bandana or cover over his face?
It definitely makes me think it's the kind of thing that he would commit a crime wearing.
Well, at least he would have looked good doing it, right?
Well, that's the only thing that really matters, right? If you look good committing your crimes.
That way, when the lawmen show up, we can quickly point you out.
You know, that's why so many gangsters and mobsters are so stylish, because no one will ever know if they're really a criminal or if they're just a well-dressed businessman.
Or quite likely because their activities afford them the monetary opportunity to take advantage of purchasing items they would otherwise not have access to.
That's the thing, I don't think anybody commits crimes because they want to commit crimes. They commit crimes because money.
Yes, it makes the whole world go round, doesn't it?
It does. I love that Max took one look at my mess and he went, "This woman just needs to put some things on shelves."
Clean up a little bit, damn it.
Her problem is she doesn't understand how to fold things.
It's alright, we can cure that. Even though I know the moment that I turn my back, it's all gonna be on the ground again.
Well, maybe not. Maybe it'll last a day or a minute.
Yes, because you're gonna be too busy putting your shop together.
Yeah, obviously.
No, now, looking at the rest of this, maybe this is already your idea. But in that back corner now, putting up some mirrors, with a curtain over it so that people can try the hats on and inspect themselves, you know.
I did not have a plan, Max. I did not.
Well,
I have.
I know
What
that, but I was thinking.
Help me
Listen.
then, for the love of God. Unless you got something better to do.
I am here for a reason, am I not?
I don't know. I was gonna say it was some kind of extorted reason. You were bullied.
Listen, I'm the bully around here.
Very much so. Such a bully. Such a foul man. You've met this man? Terrible. The absolute chicanery.
You wouldn't happen to have that red or purple curtain on you. Oh, excellent. Oh, great. Trying to figure out how to get it off the wall now.
That's a good one.
Oh, I got it.